Okay. Are we ready now? Awesome. All right. Thank you once again, everyone, for coming out today to the meeting for the Council on Educational Services for Exceptional Children. We usually go around and introduce ourselves because sometimes we have some new faces in the room. My name is Leanna George. I'm the parent of two wonderful children on the autism spectrum. My son is higher functioning. He's here. That's Caleb. And my daughter is in a group home, and she has more significant challenges with her disability.
So, good morning. I'm Cynthia Daniels Hall. I'm a parent from Wake County. I have 6 children from 35 to 10 years old. And some of those children are diagnosed with dyslexia, ADHD, and autism. So, that is fine.
Good morning. I'm Cashay Owens, the Parent Training and Information Center Director at ECAC, or Exceptional Children's Assistance Center. I'm also a parent to a 9-year-old with mental health challenges and ADHD.
I'm Jenny Moorfield. I have a child with traumatic brain injury, severe disability. I'm also an interpreter for the deaf as well as a regular education teacher.
Good morning, Anthony Baker, General Ed Administration Rep from Alamance Burlington School Systems, the Assistant Principal there at Western Middle.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mevin. I'm from the Wilmington area. I have 3 boys on the autism spectrum. And I also work for the Autism Society of North Carolina and Family Support Network of Southeastern North Carolina.
Hi, I'm Kristen Hodges. I have 3 children, 2 who qualify for IEPs, 1 with a learning disability, and 1 who has a 504.
Hello, I'm Marge Gerhard, and I'm late. I am the IHC representative. I'm a professor at Meredith, the coordinator of the graduate programs in special education. And I'm also a parent of 2 young men with ADHD.
Good morning. It's good to see everyone. I'm Sherry Thomas, and I am the director of the Exceptional Children Division.
Good morning. I'm Carol Ann Hudgens, and I'm the section chief for policy monitoring and audit, and I work here in the Exceptional Children's Division.
Good morning, I'm Becky Scott. I'm the court reporter on the back of our bag and record of the meeting.
Trish Bynum, I'm Special Assistant for the North Carolina Governor's School and Administrative Assistant for this council.
Anna Carter, the Director of the Division of Child Development and Early Education at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
Christy Hutchinson, special director for Lincoln Charter School, so I'm the charter school director.
Celine Johnson, I'm the executive director of ABC of North Carolina, which is a nonprofit, non-public school and clinic for children with autism in Winston-Salem.
Good morning. I'm Christy Grant. I'm the Exceptional Children's Director with Nash Rocky Mountain Schools.
Excellent. All right. And who, go ahead.
I have Katie Holler on the phone, and I have Jennifer Deegan from Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. They're participating virtually.
All right, awesome. Thank you for participating virtually. Okay, let's see. Let's take a moment to review the agenda and the summary of the last meeting in March. And then in a few minutes, we'll take a vote to approve the summary as the minutes, okay? Do I hear a motion to accept the minutes or the summary as minutes as written?
I'll make the motion to accept it as written.
In a second? Chrissy Hutchinson, second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay. All right. I'd like to introduce, it says here Carla McNeil. Is that who's presenting on foster care, or his name here is different?
She just stepped out. She'll
That'd be,
right back.
that'd be our luck, right? This morning might become a comedy of errors, but okay. All right.
Do this because I'm very short. Good morning, everybody. My name is Erin Connor. I am the State Links Program Coordinator with the Division of Social Services. Talk to you a little bit about what Links does before I launch sort of into why I'm here this morning. Links is our state's Chafee foster care program for a successful transition to adulthood. We provide funding and services to young people across the state of North Carolina that have experienced foster care as teens or are in foster care as teens. Before I get started, I'm going to pass around a few materials. I only have a few copies of the actual full color slides, so if you want to share those and look on with your neighbor. The other thing that's coming around to you is actually a flyer about the program I'm here to talk about today. There's also slides if folks want to share. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can go ahead to the next slide. This is just sort of a snapshot of what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to start by talking about normalcy for youth in foster care, just kind of laying the groundwork for the further discussion that we're going to have around driving and assisting youth in foster care with, getting their driver's license and gaining experience driving. We can go to the next slide. As part of the Preventing Sex Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act of 2014, there was established a reasonable and prudent parent standard. This is what allows foster parents to make, reasonable and prudent decisions like any parent would for young people to be able to participate in age and developmentally appropriate activities. So extracurricular activities, enrichment activities, cultural activities, social activities. Whereas in the past, much of those activities had to be approved either by the Department of Social Services that had custody of the young person, or even in some cases get approval by the courts. Now that's still the case for some types of activities, but for the most part, hey, they want to go to the football game on Friday, foster parents are able to approve that sort of activity, just like they would for their own children. Next slide. And that's important because now we're going to talk a little bit about what are some of the barriers to driving, or what's sort of the historical context around young people in foster care being able to drive. So here are just some of the barriers that young people in foster care have experienced to driving. Access to vehicles. This still remains a barrier, even through programs like TRIP and Links. The expense of car insurance, the logistics, having the support of their foster parent or other placement providers, insufficient funding, because again, car insurance is quite expensive. Placement stability, so making sure that that young people in foster care have a stable placement and they're not moving around a lot, because that can impact, the portability of their insurance. It can have a big impact just overall in terms of driving. The type of placement they're in, if they're in a group care setting or something that might be a little bit more restrictive, and grades. Again, we know if they have issues with their grades, the schools might might pull their license or might prevent them from getting their license. So here's a little bit more about kind of legislative history to address barriers. Back in 2015, our state legislature made it so that certain minors can contract for their own insurance, which is really helpful for young people in foster care. So if they're 16 or older, they can contract for their own insurance. I have heard from many young people that their strategy around insurance is to get non-owners insurance if their foster parents won't put them on their insurance, or if there's other barriers to getting insurance, or if they don't have their own vehicle, but they're maybe allowed access to drive a foster parent's vehicle. But this is really important, again, for young people to be able to get insurance. And all these things sort of build on one another. You'll see through normalcy, and then young people being able to contract for their own insurance. We've been building over the years to break down some of these barriers for young people being able to drive. So in 2017, our state legislature created or directed the Department of Social Services to create a driver's license pilot project to, again, address some of these barriers and provide funding so that young people can get their driver's licenses, take driver's education, have insurance, those sorts of things. So we did that. After this law was passed, we got together with some young people who had experience in the system, social workers in the counties who work with these young people, and a few others to sort of create the program. This program was actually also named by a group of young people who have experience in foster care. It's called Transportation Really Is Possible, or TRIP. I think that's a very fun name. I'm very excited about it. That. You can go to the next slide. Here's a little bit about the eligibility criteria. So for youth under the age of 18, if they have to be of driving age or old enough to take driver's ed, so 14 and a half years old, but less than 18, and currently in foster care. They have, had some kind of contact with the county to express their interest in driving. They have one or more related goals on their transitional living plan, which is a required document. They have to have a transitional living plan anyway if they're 14 and they're in foster care. And a written agreement with the county and the caregiver. And that has to include, at a minimum, things like how they plan to cover costs going forward. Because we know that the funds that are available through this program can only get you so far. You're going to have to continue to pay for insurance. So what's their plan? Do they have a job that they can contribute towards insurance? Is the foster parent going to assist? Is the county going to continue to assist with other funds? And then what's their plan going forward? If they're 17 years old, they're about to turn 18, how are they going to maintain that insurance on their own going forward? In addition to that, it would be if they have any other educational needs, like if they need to learn more about budgeting, if they need to understand insurance, that sort of stuff that can be written into that agreement. This agreement also has to include what are the ways that the caregiver, or the foster parent, the person providing care to the young person, is going to support them in gaining driving experience. Whether or not it is having them drive their own vehicle, how are they going to support the young person getting the driving hours that they need? So for young adults, if they were in foster care on their 18th birthday and have decided to continue in our foster care 18 to 21 program, they are eligible. Again, if they have to contact the county, let them know they're interested in driving, have related goals on their transitional living plan, and that doesn't necessarily have to be directly driving specific. It could be something like maintaining their grades, so that they can make sure that they maintain their driver's license. It's the same for both groups. And then again, having a written agreement with the caregiver and the county. And if they're in the foster care 18 to 21 program, but they're, say, in a supervised independent living setting, so they're not staying with a foster parent, they don't have a person that's a caregiver as such, that person doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the agreement, but if they have a support person, that they can be a party to that agreement. Foster parents and caregivers can receive reimbursement for trip eligible costs. So if they have paid for a young person to take driver's ed, for example, they can be reimbursed by the county. Again, if they are providing care or placement to a young person who meets the eligibility criteria, or a young person in foster care 18 to 21. And again, they have to have that agreement with the county and the young person. Part of this program is assessing readiness for youth who are under age 18. We developed a tool for counties to use to assess readiness, and it looks at things like, again, placement stability, how are they doing in school, a variety of factors to sort of assess where they are and their preparedness to drive, their choices, their behaviors, things around safety. So it's used to facilitate a conversation, to identify where more preparation might be needed. It's not supposed to be an additional barrier to driving. So whatever the results of the assessment are to be used to help that young person address those different issues and prepare them to drive. So it considers, again, factors like school attendance and performance, placement, stability, substance use history, and behavior. Tell me to slow down if I'm talking too fast. I have a habit. The costs that are eligible to be covered through TRIP funds are driver's education. That's either through public school or private driving schools. For some young people, private driving schools are a better fit, particularly for our young adults who maybe have already left high school. The learner's permits and driver's license fees, there's no cap on that. It's whatever this DMV schedule says it is. Vehicle insurance up to $1,000, and other costs associated. The specific things that were listed in the legislation were driver's education, license fees, and vehicle insurance, and then other costs associated. So we had to figure out, what does that mean? And we figured out that it means, or may include, vehicle inspection, registration fees, taxes, the kind of stuff for if a young person is getting a car for the first time and they need to sort of set up with all of that stuff. Additional fees might be things like if they need a car to take the road test at the DMV, that could pay for, say, some private driving schools provide that for an additional fee. So that would be meant to cover something like that. Incentives for caregivers, again, for letting young people practice with their vehicle or use it for the road test. And vehicle history reports, again, for young people who are purchasing vehicles. We want to make sure that they're getting a car that's safe and reliable. Here's just a little bit of information about accessing services and some other tips for young adults and youth specifically. Again, they have to contact their worker to get more information about TRIP, talk to their foster parents or their caregivers or other supportive adult about driving so that they can get help accessing services that way, enroll in driver's education, make sure that they have the necessary identification forms or an appropriate person to sign the certificate or application for permit or license, and just be prepared for all of the various tests, written and practical. For foster parents, they have to, again, similar to the youth and young adults, they have to have this conversation with the social worker about how to access TRIP. Supervising driver has to be obviously someone who has been licensed for 5 years. It can be a foster parent or a person otherwise approved by the County Department of Social Services. For signing applications, foster youth applications for permits and licenses can be signed by the guardian ad litem or attorney advocate, the director or the director's designee of the county DSS, or somebody from the court, I believe is what that says. I can't see the bottom of the slide, but I think that's correct. This is probably not something you'll ever see, but I wanted you to know what it looks like. And I think I will check with Carla McNeil, who's my supervisor, if we can send these slides out to all of you after the fact, just so you know. But if you're interacting with folks in the school systems, specifically school social workers or counselors, or if you interact with foster parents or County Department of Social Services workers, this is what the form looks like that the social worker would submit to me for reimbursement through TRIP. In the real world, this is a PDF, an interactive PDF form, and the eligible cost is a drop-down selection of the list of eligible costs that I talked about before. And I am happy to provide links to where this lives, as well as where the policy lives. And I think I've got a link to the policy on the next page. Yeah. So that first link is to the links program policy. The second is to the foster care 18 to 21 policy, if you're curious. The next is for the TRIP program criteria, so it kind of goes over in a little bit more depth what I talked about in terms of eligibility, the costs that are covered, and then the letter that was released when this program began that includes links to the forms and the tools. In that list should be the form, the reimbursement form, as well as the assessment, the readiness assessment, if you're curious what that looks like. Yeah. This is my contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I have a cell phone now, so people can get me wherever I am. And my email address. The next slide is my supervisor's contact information. And I forgot to bring cards with me. I apologize. Any questions? Thoughts?
Yeah. How many young people have been served by this program since it's been adopted?
Ooh, that's a good question and something I should have pulled before I got here. I don't know, but I'm happy to get that to you. I keep track of it all. It just doesn't live.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, it doesn't live in here. It lives in my computer. It's a great question, though. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Leanna, if I could, can I queue up the people that have joined online and let them introduce themselves?
Sure, that sounds good.
Give me just one moment, please. Okay, ladies on the line, I'm going to call you one by one so that you can introduce yourselves, and I will unmute your mics from here when it's your turn. So we'll start this morning with Abby. Abby, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself. Okay, we have Abby Childers on the phone, but not able to speak with us right now, so I'm going to move on to Jennifer Frey. Jennifer, give me just a second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Is this Jennifer?
Yes.
Good morning, Jennifer. We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Wonderful. This is Jennifer Frey calling from Charlotte. I'm a parent of a child with autism. My son is 19.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And we're going to switch over to Jennifer Mullis. Your turn, Jennifer. Okay. Jennifer, we actually hear you typing.
Sounds like a horse running.
So I am going to read what you just logged in. So she said my intro was wonderful, so she's here and good morning. And finally, we have Katie Holler. And Katie, I just unmuted your line if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Carol Ann. This is Katie Holler. I got 4 daughters with autism. And thank you so much for making it possible for us to be able to be present, even though we can't be there in person.
Thank you, Katie. Those are our members that are joining by phone and virtually this morning. So I want to make sure they have an opportunity to introduce themselves. Thank you, Leanna.
No problem. Thank you once again for participating virtually. So we're going to have a 15-minute break for after that presentation. Is there anything that anyone wants to have on the discussion for later today when we start looking at annual report and committee work? Is there anything that needs to go on there that anyone wants to discuss later? So we can go ahead and start thinking about that. Okay. Guess not. All right, we're gonna break for 15 minutes and we'll meet back here at 10 o'clock. Or 10:15, so. We're running a little bit early.
So you managed to get one. Trying this, it doesn't work. So this.
Good morning, how are you this morning?
Oh, so it doesn't have the correct
Yeah,
case.
it's not
No
correct.
wonder.
So
I
that's
was like,
lowercase
great.
for SUR, that's lowercase, and then the OVE is lower too.
Oh my,
Yes.
that is
So I guess because they wrote it smaller, they were assuming that we would think that it was.
Oh, no, it doesn't work that way. Okay.
Usually,
So uppercase L,
that
lowercase
is
v.
me and the co-chair.
Lowercase
We meet
OVE.
once a month with
And
DPI.
then the
This
rest of that's
is,
correct.
that is correct, and the
And
Wi-Fi
That's
is
like,
correct.
that's the
Oh,
first process.
you drove off.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. And I went and I suspect, there was an email
Yes.
sent out May 11th,
So
2018.
hopefully
And,
Oh, look.
yeah,
I
and,
remember the last time I was here,
Yeah.
this wasn't right.
Yes,
Oh, they'll just get
and
it
then
right the next
a
time.
couple days later, we had a
I
conference
did
call.
too, I did too.
And for some reason, I could not get connected to the conference call. 'cause I
So give
tried
that a
to-
try.
Yeah, that was not.
Okay.
And then, you know what, I'm gonna put it in my phone.
Because Cynthia
That's what I
sent me
ended
the
up doing,
you know, what was discussed. And the exception of possibly trying to make sure that, when there's agency updates that DPI does for us, they include that kind of thing. I mean, that one slipped, and then I take responsibility for that. And then we didn't meet.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, like, from
Yeah.
going forward, for
Yeah.
things to make sure
Yeah, and then we had that meeting that was canceled in September because of Hurricane Florence this year, which made it even definitely hard to pick that back up when, you know, so. In a timely manner, because, you know, the promulgation periods, I can't remember the exact how many days they are, because the DPI did what they were supposed to do. They presented it to the public, it was on their webpage, they emailed us. There's either 30, 60, or 90 days. I forget the number of days that's required for promulgation of any policy. That's, you know, public input, basically. So,
Yeah.
I mean, DPI did their part, just somehow it got overlooked.
Yeah.
And,
Just looking
you know,
at
we're
our
all
typical-
volunteers.
Yeah, yeah, no,
you
no,
know,
I mean, I'm
so,
not
yeah.
placing, I'm sure,
Yeah.
like,
which I'm sure those that come from Charlotte would appreciate. Get ahead of the exit rush from Raleigh.
May I introduce Abby?
Yes, go ahead and introduce Abby.
Okay, thank you everyone that's participating virtually. We are back now from our break, and we had an audio difficulty with our member Abby Childers. So I'm going to introduce her via what she placed for us in the chat box. And she is from Charlotte, and she has one child with Dravet syndrome and a son with muscular dystrophy, and she wants to be sure that we welcome all of our new members. So thank you for letting me introduce her by proxy.
All right. Everyone should have a copy of a draft. This is a draft. I don't have fancy print software that says draft across it. Of the annual report. It is a draft. It's not wordsmith. It's kind of really rough. So I don't know if anyone's had a chance to take a look at it yet. The first page is an overview of what the council does in accordance with the regulations that are set by state law and all that good stuff, the purpose of the council. Second page is about membership. If I do not have your name down, make sure I know so I can update the membership list. I hadn't really done that yet because this is basically changing from last year's, making it this year's. Third page of it is all about the meetings, when we've had meetings this year, some of the topics that were presented or will be presented today. And finally, the fun part is about committees. So later today, when we break into committee sections, if y'all can help me come up with a completed work for your committee that you've done, any ongoing projects you have, and your vision for what you'd like to see done within your committee next year. And the final page is recommendations. I've included the list of recommendations we made last year. Some of those we could possibly reintroduce again this year. We can add to these. I'm looking for wordsmithing here, for rationale, those type of things to make our case to the state board of why we think these recommendations could or should be made. First one is training of principals, assistant principals with specific focus on mental health and behavioral health support. There was a discussion of that at the last meeting about with disability rights. There's about a disconnect between the special education teachers and the principals and the assistant principals. So I thought that would be a good one to do. Training provided in higher ed for mental health and behavioral support. Of course, we discussed school safety and crisis planning. We might discuss this one more after the topic that's about to be presented here in a few minutes. And of course, we had last year's recommendations. So, and I have one opportunity here that we may want to include. I know some of the MCOs offer youth mental health first aid. I know Alliance does. I think that might be a wonderful support or thing to include and at least encourage our teachers to get, and especially those staff that work with this population the most. So if there's any discussion, I'll put the floor for that.
I know in Nash Rocky Mount, we actually have 4 trainers that we secured. It was a couple years ago, I think, through a grant. I'm not sure which agency sponsored it, but so we actually have 4 youth mental health first aid training, and we roll out our mental health district plan, and that is one of the recommendations for all of our schools to go through and have their staff trained with the youth mental health first aid. We are looking at adding a parent piece to that because we've not had the parents trained.
Mm-hmm.
But we've been doing it probably 2 years now. So we do, there are some districts that have some trainers within their district.
That's excellent.
This is Jenny Moorfield. I just had a question. Can you briefly describe what mental health first aid would look like? What kind of things happen during that?
You probably know more about it. I know Alliance offers it, and I know it can be a very long, intensive class to become certified as a mental health first aid provider.
What is mental health first aid?
So mental health first aid takes you through a day-long training. So you are going to learn about the symptoms, the kind of things that children might present with in the classroom, You're going to learn about the resources that might be in your community, so you're able to share those with families, teachers, and those people involved with those children. So that's what really happens at Mental Health First Aid. It's a day-long training. They talk about some of the terminology of mental health. They talk about some of the disorders that children may present with in the classrooms, so that teachers who've never experienced a child with bipolar, schizophrenia, those type things, and when parents come to educators to ask questions, and the educator just has no information. So Mental Health First Aid is that first person able to say to an educator, to themselves, or to a parent, this is where you might need to go to get additional support and help.
So it's not, I'm still a little confused. So is it provided, like, you said to teachers and to parents?
To parents as well.
So would it be like what to do if a child had an episode related to whatever their mental health?
So it really
it's
is
like
what it says, it's first aid. So it's not what to do, but it is presenting to those people who are going to be the first responders. Those are the people who are going to be most engaged with children and with the young adults in school systems that might present with those type of disorders.
There's
So
a big emphasis on suicidal ideation.
That's what I was
and how to
thinking.
intervene there, how to recognize it, what questions to ask, and how to point that person into the
So it's more of a
right direction.
preventative
Yes.
type thing, because when I think first aid, I think, okay, something has happened and now we
CPR.
respond to it.
Yeah.
So this is more of a preventative, how to stop something from happening.
Informational and preventative.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a huge part of that is the educational piece, because a lot of the teachers and educators are unfamiliar with how to deal with children in the classroom, or if they see behaviors that are different, what does that mean? What kind of resources are there? And then how to, when you first see that, who to go to and express those concerns to.
If I could offer just a gentle reminder, our individuals participating virtually are depending upon your microphone to be able to project. So if you can lean in closer, that will ensure that they're able to hear. I also wanted to make sure that we welcomed Lisa Phillips. She was doing double duty this morning and had to present at a meeting downstairs, and she's just joined us now. So welcome, and thank you so much for being here today.
This is Cachet with ECAC. I just really wanted to bring attention to number one, the training for principals and assistant principals at ECAC. That is something that we hear many times every week, that people are walking into meetings with the biggest decision maker in the room having never met their child or not really having a solid background in special education. And so I know that Karen, who is in my place, talked about this at the last meeting, and I just wanted to say I'm so happy to see it on here. ECAC is working with a couple districts already on mandatory training for their principals. And so in our next year coming up, that's something that we want to focus on, and we are happy to have partners or just general input on what needs to be covered or how that might take place, but that is something that's going to be a priority for us in the coming year.
Okay. All right. What I think I'm hearing is that perhaps we might want to request a presentation around mental health first aid to be presented in the near future, so that we can possibly consider that not for this year's list of work, but for next year's as we explore that, as I think it is a good idea to help with that component. We still have about 5 minutes.
Mike, who is the EC director of Watauga County, did a session at the state EC conference back in October, November, of being a compliant LEA rep.
Oh, great.
And the session exceeded its capacity. I think he offered it 2 times.
Yep. Okay.
And people weren't able to get in. It was that popular.
Gotcha.
But he's made those PowerPoints and presentations are available through the
Great.
website in the fall session. It was being a compliant LEA rep and whatever, but it was very factual, very informational, and literally it was packed out more times. So the need is there and the desire is there, and those were EC directors and EC teachers and such. They're not necessarily heavy on the general ed side, but the desire
Right, yeah, we, with the district we're working with, similarly did a survey of all principals, and they were very honest that they want to learn about this, and they, the demand, I agree, is definitely there, and they were very candid in what they don't know, and a lot of times we don't know what we don't know, so I think it's something that we hear, you know, agreement in that it is a need, so I will try to, if the information's already created somewhere, that's great.
Mike Marcel, and it's on the, it's when they do the conference in the app.
In the app?
Remember?
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's PowerPoints are set up to.
Gotcha, perfect, thank you.
And this is Lisa Phillips. I know in the UNC system, over the years, I've always done like a training just on my program,
Right.
So that school administrators who are, well, let me rephrase that, students who are wanting to be school administrators, so they're in the school
Okay.
administration program on the UNC campuses, you know, talking to them about my program has been incredibly beneficial. So it may be something that you want to look at. Are there universities
Right.
that maybe you can work with so that maybe some training can be given to those principals to be?
Right.
So that they're getting that and they're prepared better when they transition over into
Yeah.
the schools in those roles.
Right, that's a great idea. We do a lot of programs with pre-service teachers, but not the administrative side, so I think that's a great suggestion and something we can look into. Thank you.
One thing I was going to suggest, and it has to do with Lisa's point here, is with wordsmithing here. I would suggest we put in there training for current principals, assistant principals, and those in training to get at the higher ed piece. And one thing I have found in trying to disseminate information to principals and assistant principals is if there's any way a webinar-based mode of delivery
Yeah.
could design.
Sounds really good. Are the presenters for the school safety here now? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that active discussion around those two topics. We will continue this later. And we'll make way for Kim Martin, and I think there was one other person on the agenda for this discussion as well, around school safety, or North Carolina Center for Safer Schools and Task Force. That would be Kim Martin and Rachel Johnson.
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce Kim Martin. She's our Executive Director for the North Carolina Center for Safer Schools, and she is looking forward to speaking with you, and she's going to come on up.
All right.
Great, good morning. I am a special educator from way back. I actually started when I was 12 and 13 years old, being a nanny for a little girl with autism and babysitting for a family with a child with cerebral palsy. So, you know, when you say I was only 10 when I did that, I literally was 12 when I started in the field. I actually worked with the Council for Developmental Disabilities in one of my other lives, as well as DHHS, where I started the North Carolina Interagency Coordinating Council for children ages birth to 5 with or at risk for disabilities and their families. And I don't know why we let it have such a long name. I don't know, but it's still operating with that long name. But anyway, this is special to be able to come and talk with you all. What I'm hoping, and I don't know exactly what y'all were hoping, is I would tell you some of my thoughts about what the center and the task force has done so far, and some of the main areas I think we need to focus in when talking with exceptional children specifically, and school safety, and then to get you all's thoughts that I can take back to the center, the task force, and you all being the experts can tell us some of the areas you would like us to focus on around that area. So the Center for Safer Schools started back in March of 2013, and that was right after the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Whereas, you know, the elementary school shooting, we are working right now with Sandy Hook Promise Foundation on our student app. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that in the presentation, but what's relevant about that is one of the co-founders and managers of Sandy Hook Promise, Nicole Hoakley, her 6-year-old son with autism was one of the students killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And I think one of the classrooms the young man went into was a special education classroom. And several of those students died, and I believe a teacher or two. But when you look at Nicole's webpage, when she talks about her son Dylan, she talks about the fact that he died in the arms of his amazing aide in the classroom who worked with him one-on-one, and so they felt really good about that, that she was with him, you know, when he evidently died. And they started Dylan's Wings of Change, which is part of Sandy Hook Foundation. They talk about everybody needing a wingman, and they train people to be wingmans for students at schools. So that's a really neat thing about how the center started and how we're working with Sandy Hook Promise now. So the center started, and one of the first things we focused on was we're always going to talk about mental health when we talk about school safety. And that wasn't widely accepted at that point in time, you know, 2013, 6-7 years ago. And especially with law enforcement, especially with emergency management, with some of the other agencies. You all probably understood it, but everybody kind of needed to get on the same page with safety. You always have to talk about mental health. Of course, the young man who went in and did a great deal of harm at Sandy Hook shooting had the diagnosis, I believe, of Asperger's, and definitely was showing lots of warning signs. And so I think that's one of the reasons we got started with talking about mental health. These tragedies that we have with school shootings, something good always comes from them. You know, you have your lessons learned, and that one was mental health, I believe. And so that was an important message. So when we moved forward to open the center, we started out with a 3-pronged approach, because everybody's mind usually goes to fortify the building, things you can see, you know, the armed law enforcement officer. But that's not the preventive end of things. That's not the whole story. And so we went out with focusing on, of course, physical security and emergency preparedness. It's important. But also mental health was a big area. At one point, we called that mental health and students with special needs, that subcommittee on the Safer Schools Task Force. Right now, we're just we've broadened it recently, just calling it mental health, because of the approach of just broadening things right now before we get more specific again. And then school climate and discipline is kind of the third area. You have to have the right climate at the school, really focus on bullying prevention, positive climate, a lot of the PBIS things is really the core of things as well. So we started out this way, and I'm happy to say that over the years, a lot of the agencies, being law enforcement, emergency management, mental health community providers, schools, have all kind of adopted this approach as well, and are looking at school safety, you know, broadly. So these are just some of the things we did in each of those areas. We developed critical incident response training for school faculty and staff. There's a video. It includes evacuating students in wheelchairs out of the schools in the video. There's a training manual. We're working on a curriculum for it. We're working on SRO training right now. It's going to be mandated, I hope, because a lot of law enforcement agencies do it anyway, just because it's good practice, but others, unless something's mandated, they're not gonna do it. And so it's going to be mandated, and it's gonna have to be done every year. And you just don't do it one time and then stop. And the curriculum is being developed as we speak by the North Carolina Justice Academy in collaboration with Center for Safer Schools and Sheriff's Association. So there's going to be a standard curriculum as well. In the area of mental health, one of the first programs that came out of the center, it was September of 2013, was Mental Health First Aid for youth. The secretary of DHHS stood with us and said, I'm giving schools mental health first aid for youth. And that is a fantastic program, as you all know, for those who need to be educated about the warning signs. They don't need to diagnose. They just need to be aware and need to know who to reach out to in the school and the community if more services are warranted. And now, and then, like, going back 3 years ago, we talked about how teenagers need to be educated on these warning signs, and was excited to see that now they have rolled out the youth version of mental health first aid for youth. So that's very exciting, you know, for those particularly older students in secondary schools. Came up with a suicide prevention toolkit. We really push school-based mental health, where there are some providers right there in the school every day if possible. I know it's hard to hire psychologists, but some of the social workers with special training, and of course our counselors with special training, but the more providers we can have accessible in schools, the better. Our person on the school safety task force who's over mental health, her name is Greta Metcalf, and she started one of the first school-based mental health programs in the state, way up near Cullowhee, Western North Carolina, Jackson Psychological, where her licensed clinical social workers, under the care of a psychologist, had their offices in the schools, worked closely day-to-day with the teachers and families. Really great program, and she still leads our mental health and our mental health subcommittee. School climate, of course, bullying, cyberbullying is at the heart of school safety and violence. You have to think of it, I like to think of it as a ladder that escalates. If you don't nip bullying in the bud when you're doing insults that kids do, sometimes they think it's normal to just talk how they talk to each other, trash talk, insults. Particularly those middle school students, I've learned, because I've raised 4 of them. That's not nice, the way that you're talking about somebody. That could be considered bullying. How do you think that's going to make them feel? They're somewhat desensitized, I think, to that. But and the school administration needs to support the teachers when they report bullying and they want to do something about bullying, and bring in the parents or whatever. Anonymous reporting is key, because students, there's a large group of students who will not report things, either because they don't know if it's important, they're just not quite sure, they don't know who to go to at the school, or they're afraid they might be beaten up or targeted. And plenty of that has happened. So it's not just in their mind. We've had incidents where a student was beaten up in the classroom because he told about drugs being sold at the school. So, and of course, they're always on their phones. So having something on their phones makes sense. Student tutoring and mentoring program. We really believe in that peer-to-peer support. There's a lot of great programs. I know my daughter in elementary school was paired with a kindergarten class of children with autism and the Buddy program or whatever. There's a lot of great programs for exceptional children related to peer-to-peer support out there. SROs in schools. This is critical, I believe, for exceptional children. There have been lots of stories about an SRO approaching an exceptional child who probably shouldn't be approached by an SRO. They may be traumatized by someone in a uniform, someone they don't know, and the SRO may not know how to talk to that student. So this is a big issue. I was excited to see that a lot of the schools, I think Jacksonville shared their curriculum where they're training their SRO and children with special needs, children with disabilities. Now, some of the problems, of course, are the FERPA and the HIPAA. They can't see the IEP, but the school surely can tell the SRO, about that small group of children who they shouldn't approach, or they should approach a certain way, or just things are going to go bad if they do. And of course, whenever possible, you go through the special education teacher or the assistant. But there are times when the student somehow gets separated from the class, or the teacher's not available, and where the SRO may be called in to remove the child from the cafeteria, or to go put hands on that upset child. And so schools need to be trained and realize they need to share some information with the SROs. And the SRO needs to be trained and through their law enforcement agency and through the school how to react. It's a two-way street. It's not just the SRO. The school needs to know as well. And that's part of the sharing of information. We don't want to violate FERPA, HIPAA, those things, but we can certainly share basic things about this student suffers from post-traumatic stress, and he's very afraid of anybody in a uniform and needs to be approached very carefully, if at all. And the expectations need to be clear when that SRO comes into the school. That's why we really recommend the memos of understanding between the school and the law enforcement agencies, so they both understand the SRO is not there to be part of carpool duty, to be called in for disciplinary actions, but they're really a law enforcement person, and they may have to actually arrest somebody because they work for a law enforcement agency if they're called in when there's fighting going on or weapons involved. Yes.
This is Jenny Moorfield. I just had a question. So when SROs are trained, and I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but when they're trained or when they go through any of the programs that your center has developed, are they encouraged to meet the students in some of our disability classes? Are they encouraged to interact with the student body in general, so that they know the students, so that they can develop a relationship? And is there any training on developing a positive and a friendly, safe relationship with students who have disabilities, so that they can learn this person to be someone who's trusted?
That is in the SRO curriculum that the Justice Academy uses for those SROs who go to the Justice Academy. for. They have a basic SRO and a higher level SRO training that they do. A lot of law enforcement agencies don't send their SROs there. They do things within their own agency. But we recommend the Justice Academy because they have a curriculum that's more standardized, that we've had input into, and I think we're moving more and more in that direction. But, I mean, it recommends these kind of things, but it's really upon the school administrators to emphasize this point on their end, and it's also up to the SRO to have been trained to realize, you know, I need to go meet with the school staff, you know, before I start, so we can talk about expectations. I love the programs where you bring in the fire department and the law and police officers for students to meet. I've seen several programs like that schools do. So all the students, and as well as the exceptional children, can go meet the firefighter in the fire truck, the police officer in the police car, you know, and become more familiar. We also know that there are some cultures of students who are very afraid of law enforcement because their parents are, and
Yes.
and so that's another cultural issue, and it's always great to go through. If we're talking about the Hispanic community, to go through Hispanic organizations to kind of bridge that gap.
Kim, if I could add, in the Exceptional Children Division, we have in the past provided through PBIS and through our behavior support section training for SROs as was requested, you know, so we couldn't go and push that out. It had to be an invitation. So I'm really excited to hear that there's a real plan to do this for all SROs now, because that has been very valuable, and that training covered the very things you've just talked about. So I'd love to see how that parallels a little bit.
And the other good thing is a lot of the SROs are hired through the DPI SRO grants. I think we're up to 300 or 400 right now in elementary and middle schools. And as a requirement of that grant, they have to do training, including on children with disabilities, and we can require certain things of the SROs if they want the grant. And we require accountability as well. At the end of the grant year, they have to report on what training they provided the SROs, and that's how I got the information from Jacksonville about what they were doing with the special needs training.
I have a question. Has there been any discussion around talking to parents, either teachers or administrators, talking to parents and making sure that they understand that there could be an interaction with an SRO? Because I don't think a lot of parents think about that. And they could actually, you know, there's some things that the school can't share, but parents can.
Right.
So
that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know the best way to do that. A parent meeting with all parents, you know, not singling out exceptional children, all parents who want to come in and meet the SRO and ask the SRO questions would be a great thing for the school to do.
I was just going to add, one of the things that we do in our school as part of a curriculum night is that's one of the topics that we actually speak upon. So that's something to address so parents can come in and learn about that particular thing in regards to school resource officers. What's their role? What do they do? And their interaction with their children.
Right. A lot of times people think, well, it's upon the law enforcement agency and the SRO to know these things, but it's a two-way street. You know, both the school agency and the law enforcement agency need to have an understanding. That's why those MOUs can be important. So moving on from the SRO, we do the critical incident response training for school faculty and staff, what to do in the case of a school shooter, primarily, also a weather-related emergency. There was in 2014, we created this curriculum, and there was an old curriculum that was terribly outdated, but one of the things that this curriculum includes is options for teachers. Instead of you have to go in your room, lock the door. It's pay attention to what's going on and the situation that you're in. Don't just assume one thing is going to happen. If you're out on the playground, a shooting's going on inside the school, you do not want to go in the school and get locked down in your classroom. You probably want to go run through the woods and find a rallying point that's predetermined for you to go and wait until you get the all clear to go back in the building. So one of the things we've really tried to do is give those options. I think we could do a lot more in this curriculum for exceptional children. It talks about it, and every time you go to a school, they like to say, oh, my classroom over here, I have to pay attention to them because we have students in wheelchairs that need to be taken out a different way. So schools are on top of that, but I know the school where I worked most recently, it was even more of an issue for the children who didn't understand what was going on and were going to panic, when things changed in their routine and loud noises and such. I think probably school administrators are less sure about how to deal with those situations. And there are some good things that FEMA, Homeland Security, has put out.
Sorry, I just wondered if you guys make any recommendations on frequency of the lockdown drills?
At least one a year dedicated to an active shooter, and that's per school. That is the requirement, but we would recommend more than that. And we have a couple law enforcement, emergency management folks that work with the center. I kind of look to them for that side of things, but I think you need to practice it at more than one time there within the school, but not so much like the fire drills where it just becomes so mundane and so regular that you don't really think it could be a real fire, and you tend not to take it seriously. We wouldn't want it to become like that, and I know a lot of times they want to give the special education teacher the heads up that there's going to be a loud sound in the drill, but that's unrealistic. If there were a school shooting, that it wouldn't be that way. So you have to balance, is it worth upsetting this classroom of children for the rest of the day with what if there really was a shooting? Are they going to realistically know how to respond? And it's a hard balance. I don't envy the teachers having to do that. Yes.
Are these trainings available to non-public schools?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Mike Anderson, who's one of the main trainers with the center, is, I think, training the new charter schools this week or next week.
So not charter, but actually non-public, because charter are
private schools.
We don't turn away private schools. I've been to St. David's School, Ravenscroft. A lot of the local private schools have asked us to come, and we don't turn people away. And so it really is for everyone. I would have to say if we had a huge influx of requests, we would probably have to prioritize the public schools, which includes charter and regional and laboratory, but we haven't had that issue yet. We've just been able to meet the requests coming in.
I have two questions from the virtual participants. One, do we know how many districts use this program for SRO training? Or maybe if it's easier stated, how many do you know that are not using it? Whichever one, do we know how many are?
Going to the Justice Academy for the SRO training. We can get those numbers from the Justice Academy.
Okay.
They are under the Department of Justice, so they're under the Attorney General's office. They have a big training office in Salemburg, North Carolina, Clinton, North Carolina, and they have one in Edneyville, the western part of the state. They did just have one SRO trainer. His name is Scott. I can't think of his last name. He's on our task force for safer schools, but now they've hired a couple more because more school safety grants. There's talk about requiring an SRO in every school. The legislature has talked about that and others, and so, you know, it's good to get ahead of it now and get our SROs trained the right way now before we have such huge numbers that we have to train.
And the second question, and I think I'll direct it to both Leanna and you, there's an invitation here to maybe come back when that curriculum is developed and to give another update to the council when that curriculum is developed. So we'll coordinate with your office if that's okay.
That sounds good, and we could have either Mike Anderson, who kind of specializes in the training, or even the Justice Academy come and talk about how they do it. We have the critical incident training is in the basic law enforcement training curriculum now, requirement now, so we're part of required law enforcement training now. So that's good. These are some of the resources that we're in the process of putting on our website. As some of y'all know, the websites are a work in progress right now. But we've located all this great information. A lot of it's from FEMA, Homeland Security, on emergency planning for students with disabilities, some of the barriers for evacuation, some of the change in conditions, you know, and how that would impact the special needs children. Of course, planning for evacuation, which is naturally where we would go. And identifying students who may need extra assistance in evacuating and in reacting to a critical incident, regular practice and drills, transfer trauma. Often when there is a school shooting and if you do a real intense school lockdown drill, you're going to put students on the bus and take them to an evacuation point. That could be even more trauma for our students who are confused about why all that is going on. But there are great resources available that we're going to have on our website, and I'm going to recommend be put in our curriculum. Yes.
So you just brought up another existential crisis for me. So you just mentioned, and I hadn't even thought about this, but when, you know, God forbid, there is an active shooter and they are evacuating students, I know that they just throw them on a bus as quickly as they can and get them to a safe place. Are all schools equipped with buses that can handle wheelchairs? Because I know in Wake County and a handful of other counties, we have to contract out those services, and they're not the best services on the day-to-day basis. So how do they evacuate students who are in wheelchairs?
That's a good point, because if you're contracting, the bus may not be parked there at the school.
I can guarantee you it's not parked there. It's not usually parked there when it's supposed to be there.
Right. So, ideally, we would have to recommend that a handicapped accessible bus be at the school at all times, or somewhere close where it can get there within minutes.
I'll be putting that on my that mom list.
Yeah. Because children in wheelchairs, you're gonna have to get the wheelchair in. True emergencies, you may be just picking up the student and moving with them.
It
But-
would be hard to budget for a bus to sit there and an employee to sit
But-
there 5 days a week, 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
What if? I would think that there would be an alternative of, like, we have wheelchairs that are stair wheelchairs and those kinds of things, or they have, like, wheelchairs that are made for airplanes and such, that they could have those available that they could.
Those are not options, though, when you have kids that have severe disabilities. But a lot of, and the reason I asked is because a lot of county buses that are used every day have wheelchair lifts. And I was just wondering if anybody knows, does each school have one of those? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, a contracted bus, but just to have the capability.
On the regular bus.
Yeah, a lot of them just have a lift that, they may or may not be transporting anybody that has a wheelchair, but,
They have those doors that open at the back.
well, you have to have the lift, but I'm saying, like, a lot of regular, your yellow school buses do have lifts, and I was just wondering if,
There's a lot of planning that can go into this, but in a true school shooting emergency, hate to say it, and they're rare.
Thankfully.
Yes.
They're rare, thankfully,
But it could be a tornado
may just be
instead.
Picking up a student and going with it, just getting them out of there as quickly as possible. After the shooter, has been gotten into custody, once you've made sure there's not multiple shooters, you've got your shooters, then you can start, thinking, evacuation and planning and
Right.
getting those
And this-
wheelchairs out.
and I'm not gonna interrupt you further, but this, just to the council, this is something that we've discussed before as far as emergency planning, and I really feel very strongly that we need to strongly push that there need to be plans for this in place for all of our schools, because as a parent of a child with severe disabilities who requires a custom wheelchair, I gotta tell you, I am sick to death of the county and the state telling me that my kid is not as important as other kids. And we've been dealing with the transportation thing for years. It's totally legal to pass my kid's school bus, and there's nothing I can do about it, even when he's on the lift. It's totally fine for his classroom not to have a lock on it, so they can't lock down. It's totally fine for, all of these other things that I've had to be that mom on, and I should not have to be that mom just because my child has severe disabilities and is in a vast minority. So I get what is being said about the expense and everything, but as a council, especially for a council for children with special needs, I understand that the autism population, the CT population, the mild and moderate population is way larger. I gotta tell y'all, I'm getting real sick of being kind of isolated for severe disabilities. That no, we don't need to worry about that right now because this is a bigger problem. It's not. So,
I hear you, I mean,
I'm just.
yeah, you can't put value on anybody's life.
But they can't.
But I think there's strategies that need to be discussed within a committee such as what
Yes,
they
and
have
so
there.
as a
So-
council, I would like for us to address, just start, maybe with these emergency plans and things
Yeah.
like that, and we can make some recommendations that include all of our kids with disabilities.
We have that as item 4, don't we? See involvement in school safety advisory committees with a focus on ensuring
Yes,
students
and
with
we have
significant
been
needs, cyber,
working at that
physical.
at the last meeting.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that as a board, we don't let that fall off of our radar.
And part of it is reunification after the event, because you've secured the shooter, arrested the shooter, Right. And you can now evacuate the school. You still have to evacuate the school because it's a crime scene. Probably going
Right.
to be a crime scene for days. And that's when the students can be more orderly, if you will, taken out to the reunification point. And so we are working on a reunification training, and a lot of schools are asking us for that. How to best separate grades, how to best and orderly get those parents paired with their students when they show up to pick up their students. Because one of the things that happened outside of Charlotte was the parents stormed the school after the shooting last fall, and somebody was almost badly hurt because they were trampled. And so reunification, after the incident needs to be, a big part of the discussion.
So I'd like to recognize Christy, then Lisa, and then we have a caller on the line that would like to make a comment. So if we can go ahead,
Sure.
Christy.
Sure. I think one of the things that's important to know is that each school has an emergency management plan. But what I found out this year working with emergency management and our administrators is that looking at each plan, especially with our classrooms for children with low incidence populations, the plans didn't always specifically state what was going to happen for this particular group of kids. And it has to change every year because the needs of the kids change.
Right.
So we put together a committee at our central office within the EC department, and our physical therapists have been key. They have been the voice for your children. They've really come in and said, well, what about these kids in wheelchairs? And emergency management, who are doing the training in our district anyway, didn't even think about half the stuff that we're talking about. They're not school people. And so we're working with them to develop a plan that is specific to classrooms for children with disabilities. And what would they need in terms of, you may need, we talk about having their red bags in our district with all the health stuff, but what about a sensory bag? Or what about their communication devices, extra batteries? Because, yeah, exactly. And when you're doing we do the active shooter drill. I mean, I didn't realize how long that the kids could be there. I mean, it could be a while.
Right.
So then we get into, what about those with feeding tubes and those that need the feeding, and what about diapers? So we just, it is
It can get real messy real fast.
That's right. So you're exactly right. So I do think that's something that probably does need to be looked into, is while schools do have emergency management plans and preparedness plans, what is being done specifically being outlined in the plans for the children with disabilities?
And I think with that, you've got to look at how are we assessing the process? Are we taking a look at each of the individual schools and ensuring that the practice is occurring, and how is that reported to the district level, and then how does that filter up to the state level? Because that too can help identify where there are some gaps or where there's some need for additional training and that kind of thing. So, and Ms. Martin, that may be something that you're going to discuss, but to me, I think we also have to evaluate what is happening when these programs are occurring. We can't just leave it up to school administrators or the local law enforcement to come in, because some of our local law enforcement agencies are very tiny. They don't have the capacity. And then in turn, in those particular departments, a lot of those folks are also new. They're not seasoned law enforcement, or they've been there for an extended period of time. So, how are we taking a good picture at what is transpiring when they are practicing this, and what are we learning from it so that we can change and prepare better for if it was to occur, or for the next practice. So it does go along with what you're saying, so.
Yes, the General Assembly has been asking those questions. Are schools doing the lockdown drills? How do we know schools are doing these things and that they have SROs? And so I believe if the legislation passes, it's called the School Safety Omnibus Bill, it requires that the Center for Safer Schools finds a way for accountability here at the.
And a quick, I know there's a caller waiting, but, a quick stepping stone to improving this situation is like what we as a council had talked about, making a section on the IEP for those, that critical information about that child. So that, you know, it could be put in the IEP so that there is, you know, that can just sort of be put right into their plan.
Okay, I'm gonna recognize Katie Holler. Katie, you should be unmuted now if you'd like to offer your comments.
Thanks, Carolyn. I just wanted to mention that a lot of the managed care organizations across the state offer these crisis intervention training. And they're done for law enforcement and sometimes SROs. And so one of the thoughts I had was it may be helpful to you just to connect with the NCOs in the area, whether it's Alliance, Trillium, whatever area you feel like you want to connect with, to touch base with them about their training. They have brought in, you know, different specialists or presenters from Lake County or the Autism Society to provide these like training for participants. And I have heard that they've been very, very effective and helpful in educating people on approach strategies and those sorts of things. So just an idea for you.
And then I have another caller, Abby. I'm gonna switch over to you. Give me just 1 second. Okay, Abby, let's try and see if you're able to comment now. Okay, Abby, I'm sorry, if you'll type your question in the question box, I'll make sure that it's raised. We're not able to hear you right now, I'm sorry. If you wanna go ahead, I'll lead back to Abby's question when she gets in.
The school safety grants of 2018, they're finishing up right now, pretty much. And the House over in the General Assembly has recommended increasing them and extending them into the next school year. But this is a great way to get training into schools. That one of the categories is school safety training for students in crisis, and also to train school staff on some of the school safety issues. There's different categories for these training grants, such as children in foster care, children in crisis situations. But we could have a category, if y'all thought this was a good idea, and we could make it as a recommendation for exceptional children. I know I know several of the recipients of these grants are working with exceptional children as part of the training program, but we don't have like a specific category for exceptional students for those grants. And as you know, some people's minds may not go immediately that way, so it's kind of good to have those 4 or 5 recommended areas. So that is one thing we could do, and you all could help me think about what it could say exactly about exceptional children.
It's important to identify not the area of exceptionality, but how the impairment would improve their ability to either evacuate or transition. So whether that be physical, emotional, regardless of area of disability, that's what an emergency person would need to know. Is this a physical thing I have to overcome, or is this a emotional and functional thing I have to overcome?
Right.
So those would be 2 categories that would be important.
Both challenging for different reasons. Yeah.
For both.
Mm-hmm.
So I have Abby's comment. She is asking if you all have thought about putting together a stakeholder panel for this work, and she really appreciates how you brought this to the council, but she would offer that a panel might be very helpful to you on this topic.
Yes, I'm thinking that on a panel, we have emergency management, who connected with FEMA, Homeland Security, and they're doing the school risk and response management system that most of the schools use. And then we have Mike Anderson from the center, who does most of the critical incident training, and maybe even a couple emergency response type agencies coming in and talking about this kind of training with you all. The Governor's Crime Commission did this with the SRO training a few months ago. They brought in different experts to talk about the SRO training, and might be something that you all could do, have a small panel of experts to talk to you and you talk to them about the training needs. I do think that probably ADA, American Disabilities Act, requires that this be incorporated into the critical incident training and emergency plans. So, you know, we're doing it because it's the right thing to do and it's needed, but also I would think there are ADA requirements for all this.
I would just offer that I love this idea of having a panel and also including young people themselves who are able to advocate on what they might need in emergencies like this. And the reason this is on my mind, ECAC just had a conference last weekend and we had a panel of young people, and one of our panelists talked a lot about the way he was able to overcome his fears about fire alarms and drills, and what they were able to put in place for him based on his own ideas that allowed him to successfully stay in the building when they had these drills. And I just think they would probably have a lot to offer about how we can make this process easier for them if they're a part of the conversation.
Yeah, that sounds great, and we've heard a lot about students who are traumatized because they've been involved in a school shooting. We've heard about recent suicides, students who've been involved, so it's life-changing. Some say you're never the same if you're involved in a situation like that, or even have it in your state, and we've had one over at UNC Charlotte just a few months ago. So for all students, it can be traumatic. For our young students who may think, you know, you're locking down because of a shooter, their minds may think there really is a shooter outside that door. You know, they aren't going to be able to differentiate. So this can be traumatic, you know, for all students and staff. I mean, as a special education teacher, you know, I've thought what I would do, because, you know, I taught self-contained, and they were my family. You know, I like to think that I would lay down my life for my students, you know, if a shooter came into my classroom. But until you're there in that situation, sometimes it's hard to tell. So some of the new legislation, I'll go through it quickly. And this is pending stuff that's passed the House, passed the School Safety Committee in the House, and over in the Senate. We don't anticipate that the Senate's going to have major problems with any of this, but nothing's ever done until it's done. They are going to require schools to have, each school to have a school threat assessment team. And that's if the student, a student, or could be staff, I guess, makes a threat against the school or themselves. It also relates to suicide and self-harm. And so these teams are going to be required, and they're going to be required to share information about the types of threats that they have faced each year. And then, as we said, the SRO training is going to be a requirement. We're going to require schools to tell us how many SROs they have. Are they full-time, part-time, shared with other schools? What is their contact information? Because everybody asks me every year, how many SROs are there? Does every school have one? The answer is there's about 1,300 in the state, and most of the high schools have them. Some high schools have more than one. Middle schools are getting there. Elementary schools, not as much. A lot of school districts have said, well, how do I, if I can only do a few, how do I start just a few and not do all of them? So we need to know how many SROs we have, and maybe even have that as part of the school report card information. System of accountability for schools to report on their school safety initiatives, like one of you brought up. Have you assessed your building for vulnerability? And this is something where we need to interject exceptional children and the things that the facility would need to show, you know, related to exceptional children, wheelchair, etc., other barriers. Engaging students in positive ways. Each school is going to have a peer-to-peer student support program. And this doesn't specify whether it be related to drug prevention, tutoring, working with an exceptional student. The counseling section of DPI, Cynthia Floyd, is going to be developing some of the requirements for this program in conjunction with the Center for Safer Schools. Definitely one of those categories needs to be partnering with an exceptional student, because it's good for all the students. And so that's going to be a requirement and an area where we can identify some really good programs, training programs for this. I know they're out there, I just can't pull them up in my head. Do you know of one?
Well, Sandy Hook has a Great Start with Hello program that I think I wish more schools knew about.
The Hello program.
Start with Hello.
Yeah, that's one of the things we were the most excited about Sandy Hook Promise. They have a lot of, they're more than just the app. They have a lot of great violence prevention, bullying prevention programs that schools are already using, you know, in North Carolina.
Comment about the SROs, previously we were saying there was a possibility of having after school about the SRO. One of the things that we've experienced in special ed is areas where there aren't personnel to fill those positions. And so I know from personal experience, there's been times when we have had the position available and have the money for the SROs, and the county cannot recruit enough, just cannot recruit enough officers. And I just went out yesterday about the Statesville area, how they were trying to recruit, but they have unfilled positions. So the requirements can be requirements, but something has to be done at the recruitment level and training level to get people to those positions as well.
Exactly.
And the best people are really hard to come by sometimes.
It doesn't need to be just anybody. It needs to be somebody who wants to be there working with children. But yeah, so I guess some of the schools have started using what they call emergency personnel who may not have a weapon, but they're just there for a second pair of hands, second pair of eyes. Charlotte Mecklenburg does that. They have and then we have, of course, in Moore County, they have their own school police force, as well as in Mecklenburg. And then there's all sorts of talks about armed volunteers. You've heard that going around the legislature. We keep the position that the person who is armed in the school needs to be a trained law enforcement person, because there's a lot that goes into that, and it's a specialty area. School support staff need to be expanded and trained on the mental health issue. That's the school. I was talking about the school safety grants that you're seeing 4 of the categories for the grants right there. The school mental health support personnel are for the counselor, the nurse, the social worker, or the psychologist. They could choose between that menu, and assuming they could recruit that person. There were some recruitment issues as well. So hopefully, new things that will be coming up once the General Assembly finishes up. I'm not going to talk a lot about this because we've talked about the other things that I think are more important, but just briefly, and as this relates to exceptional children and their parents, I was thinking about it, and I did ask Sandy Hook if it has any special adaptations for children with different disabilities. You can call in to a number, and they have special adaptations for the hearing impaired. When you call in to that number, not many students call in because they live on their phone, and the app is right there on their phone. It does require filling out a form, so it's a lot of typing, a lot of information you have to put on the form. Some of our exceptional children may find that cumbersome. They may go home and tell their parents about a concern that they have, and their parents may submit the form for them. The app can be downloaded by anyone. We're going to target it for students and kind of train and market it for students because we feel like they're the ones we really need to get information from because they know what's going on with their peers around them, and they're on the social media where they can see these things. But the parent, the teacher, anybody at the school could download and use the app and send tips in. The way this is going to look is that the tipster, whoever that is, downloads the app from it'll be on the Apple, iTunes, Android store. So that tells you it's a public market. Anybody could do it. They download it and they submit a tip, or they can go to the website for Say Something and download the form from the website and send it in that way, or call the hotline. Now, each time they do this, they have to designate a school because, if we get hundreds of tips and we don't know which school they're associated with, we have a big problem. So you have to designate the school that you want the tip to go to, which would lead you to believe where the student that's being tipped in goes to that school, but not always. And a parent could use multiple schools. They could go in and do it a second time for a different school if they have children at different schools. So they send it in either through the app, the website, or the phone, and it goes to a specially trained crisis center of trained crisis counselors. And we've asked to see the resumes of these people because part of what we're paying for are 7 North Carolina dedicated crisis counselors. So we want to see what their background is. And of course, they say they've gotten like 300 applications, so that's exciting. It's housed in Florida. Everything in the web is in the web, and we're very international with it. We've talked about having a North Carolina crisis center right here, and we've talked to emergency management where they have the watch point, safety point housed, over in their center. We've talked to the SBI Fusion Center, who have analysts trained in behavior and mental health, about whether they could all man a crisis center in North Carolina. They're interested. They weren't ready right now. So we're going to use the Sandy Hook Crisis Center this year and see how that works. And then we may want to move to one here in North Carolina that Sandy Hook trains, because these people have, beyond the backgrounds they already have, need special training. And, what if you get a student threatening suicide on the phone? They need to know what to do to keep that student on the phone, get all the information that they can, etc. So it's I consider needs to be a highly trained, area. And then once the crisis center gets the tips, they triage it, they decide whether it's life safety or non-life safety. They contact the school team that we are asking each school to designate a team of 2 or 3 people to receive the tips, investigate the tips. And it's probably the people that are already doing that, because your schools are already getting all this, different ways. This is just a tool, another way of getting information. So don't worry, schools, you're already doing this. Just think, is it your counselor? Is it your assistant principal? Is it your SRO? Who's already working on these type things? It's very much connected to the 911 dispatch, the way that they do the program. They need to know from each school who their 911 dispatch center is, and the system will be set up around that for the life-threatening calls to go directly there. It shows what it looks like when you download it on your phone. It has a menu of things that you can tip in, which one of the things I didn't like so much, because you're the student who's moving fast anyway, they're not going to take a lot of time to read everything, has to read this long menu. But it shows, you'll see that the number 1 tips that they got were related to bullying and cyberbullying, anger issues, cutting and self-harm. The state of Pennsylvania just rolled this out, and the majority of their tips were suicide and self-harm related. And so I'm really talking to our schools about how we can make sure we know who our community mental health partners are, our crisis mental health partners are, and maybe some of these school safety grants being used to support this, because schools are already getting this. This isn't new, but you may get more, since students, if trained properly, should use the app. So some of those tips, they fall into a gray area, like bullying tips can be tricky. You think bullying, it can just wait till the next day, but then you kind of talk back and forth or text back and forth with the tipster, and you find out, oh, well, the person was bullied and they're going to bring a gun to school tomorrow. Well, that quickly goes over to life safety and has to be handled that way. So they'll try to get as much information as they can from the tipster. 10% of the tips, 10%, as they're saying, started out non-life safety and were upgraded to life safety. And the majority of the tips are not going to be life safety that you get, and the schools will just wait until the next day to investigate those type issues. So how much is it going to be used? Can we anticipate? They're anticipating that 3 to 6% of students trained are going to submit a tip once a year. Training needs to be not just one time and forget about it. The school needs to provide materials throughout the year to remind them that it's there and why they should use it. I don't really think we need to go into that one. Okay, I'm done, and she was pointing at me anyway. So I think this will be good for school safety, get our students engaged, and I think parents will probably assist their students in tipping things in, or may tip things in on their own if they see them themselves as it relates to exceptional children. If you all can think of any ways we can specially train exceptional children to use this or to report, maybe it's just emphasizing the need to report it to their teacher. Whichever way is best for exceptional children.
What was down here about summer impact? What do you mean by that?
Over the summer, one of the requirements for this program, it has to be manned 24/7. That's why we're using a crisis center. We don't want schools to have to have their phones by them all night and on the weekends and even over the summer. But some students will tip things in over the summer that may be more community related than school related. But it'll go to a school. They'll focus it to a school because they have to designate it to a school. And we need to, since it's live and still active, we need to monitor those tips. And so crisis center folks may be getting in touch with the principal, whoever, over the summer. If something comes in, they need to be aware of.
I just want to make a comment. I take hundreds of calls a year. And one of the things that I hear a lot from parents is that their child has reported bullying, but because of their ability to report appropriately, they are not taken very seriously, or, if a typical student says something different, then the typical student is more believed than the student with a disability.
Tell a better story.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to make that comment and hoping that you guys take some of that into consideration and possibly put some of that in your trainings, that, even though one child's story may seem more believable than another child's, it doesn't mean that you don't still watch and keep a watchful eye out, especially if the student has a disability, because they may not be a good learner.
Right. And some of the threat assessment processes are going to be put together at the schools, talk about investigation and monitoring, and so maybe that will help support some of that as well. I'm going to take this back to the superintendent's office and to the task force leadership, so they can act upon it and get these things on our website and some of your comments. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along, I know. Should we go ahead and do the AU policy changes? I think so, and we might have to do a working lunch later, so.
So good morning again. I have asked the team that presented at the State Board of Ed last week to come before you and do the presentation for the council. Some of you may have been on the call for the State Board meeting, but we felt it important, and the board was very interested in us providing you with this information directly to help clarify questions that may have been raised through the council. And so I'd like to introduce Lynn McCord and Dr. Lauren Holohan, and they're going to talk to you today. And then at the end, or as we go through, if you have questions, we will be happy to take those questions and answer them. Just for clarification, we did create an extended public comment period for you and took those questions and then went back with the webinar and answered those. So this will not be a public comment, but this will be an opportunity for questions. Our goal is just to help educate and help you understand what these changes really mean. Any questions before we get started? All right.
Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sherry.
Sure.
My name is Lynn McCord, and I am a consultant currently within the Exceptional Children's Division. I'm a school psychologist by training. So in the division, I'm assigned to school psychology, and I'm also assigned to traumatic brain injury. So my colleague, Dr. Holohan, is here, however, has to step out in about 10 minutes, so we may not be able to be at the part where she's an OT, representing the OT piece of this, and has been a heavy part of the work. So we'll see what we can do in getting y'all to lunch as quickly as possible. So I am just going to kind of rehash some of the information that we shared, and knowing some of the concerns that came in from this council and some of the questions that we received when we did deliver the webinar a few weeks ago, about a month ago, I guess it was now, to this council in May. I wanted to start with just some grounding information around, based on some of the concerns that came in, what the policy recommendations do not do in any way, shape, or form. So they do not limit or restrict anything related to the federal regulations that we have in the definition of autism spectrum disorder. And of course, then, as a result of that, wouldn't restrict anything related to current policy definition of that in North Carolina. They also don't narrow any kind of identification procedures that we currently have in place when we are looking at investigating autism, and they don't place any unnecessary restrictions on our IEP team. So I wanted to kind of lay that groundwork and then talk about a little bit of what our intention was when we actually set out on this journey of investigation several years ago. Some of us who have worked pretty heavily in the field of autism came together and looked at our policy and determined that we need to be better aligned with what we know are universally accepted characteristics of autism spectrum disorder. So there is a broad definition and broad eligibility classification pieces in our existing policy. However, there is some vagueness and ambiguity that I'm going to point out, and our mission was to improve the alignment with what we know about autism. And what we also know is our students with autism and our children with autism don't have autism on the weekend, and then Monday morning at 8 a.m. before they enter the school building, they somehow don't have autism anymore. So it exists outside of the context of the school environment, which is a little different than some of our IDEA eligibility classifications. But many of our IDEA eligibility classifications exist, whether it's in the context of the school setting or whether it's outside of the walls of the school setting. And we just recognize that there is not as much alignment as there needs to be with this particular disability. And for the reasons that I'm going to share in a minute, we need to pay attention to this. Autism is now the first most prevalent classification in our state. Specific learning disabilities, and this is all based on our April 2019 child count data. I don't believe it's published yet on the website, but we do have those data available. And our learning disability population continues to be the most prevalent, with 35.4% of those students. Our current total of students in April, to give you some context, was 206,532 students out of our 1.5 million kids in our public schools have been identified with one or more of the 14 disabilities. So learning disabilities is the most prevalent, continues to be. Other health impairment is our second most prevalent. Speech language impairment is our third. As of April 2018, autism bumped up to fourth. It was fifth prior to 2018. It bumped up to fourth, and it stays there right now in our 2019 data. And then intellectual disabilities are fifth. So these are the top 5 most prevalent disability categories. And what we've seen with our autism identification rates over the past several years is that we have a continued about average increase of about 1,300, give or take, students coming on board with that disability classification every year. What we expect is going to happen in the not so distant future is that autism is going to bump speech language and soon be the third most prevalent. We don't expect this trend to change. We expect, knowing what we know about the existing research, the prevalence rates that we have before us that are available based on how they're collected, we know that autism prevalence is high. I would be surprised if there's anybody in the room who doesn't, in one way or another, have some sort of personal relationship with somebody or in their family that has a diagnosis of autism because of the prevalence. So what we're expecting in the trend is that we're probably going to see pretty soon autism kind of take into that third. So one of the reasons why we need to do a better job and provide better support and clearer delineation to all of our IEP teams across the state is that we have a disability category that's very prevalent, and it's going to continue to increase in how we're identifying. We're going to do a better job if we're providing clearer delineation of how our IEP teams apply the policy parameters based on the federal regs to their eligibility decisions. So we've recognized some ambiguity here in how our policies are currently written. So overall, the goal in embarking in this journey and providing some recommendations within our division that then came forward out for public comment into the State Board of Ed is that we also know, in working with our students and our children with autism, that we have seen, and I have seen in my own practice before I came into this position, that there's sometimes at detriment to our kids, fragmented, disconnected, and interrupted services between community and school providers based on who accepts what diagnosis and whether or not it meets the threshold outside in the community provider lens, or whether or not the school-based practitioners understand enough to be able to apply what they're receiving from the private providers. Our goal, and what it's in my experience and what I know has happened, is that and sometimes we have a child who has a diagnosis of autism, and it may or may not be accepted in one place or another, and often may put a child through another evaluation cycle to glean the same kinds of information just because we're not speaking a similar enough language in how we're investigating certain characteristics. So we really wanted to help improve alignment and be able to minimize the disruption or fragmentation of services that our children have and the needs that they have, whether they're out in the community or whether they're in our school buildings. So we need more consistency in our identification, and that is what we set out to accomplish. The rest of the presentation today will just kind of go through our federal and state definition, our screens and evals, and eligibility criteria, and then just overview of the public comment process that occurred, and what other input was provided by some stakeholders. So within the federal definition, these are the three main the buckets that the federal IDEA legislation gives us in terms of defining autism. So we know that it's a developmental disability, and the significant impact is on communication, both verbal and nonverbal, as well as social interaction. Those are the hallmark characteristics of anyone with autism spectrum disorder. And then, of course, the federal regs also go on to, as with any disability category, describe that it must adversely affect a child's educational performance. And then it underscores what we know about autism as well, is that those characteristics are generally present in the early developmental period or before age 3. And then the additional pieces, characteristics that we may see all of or just some of are things like the repetitive restricted behaviors and interests, resistance to change and rigidity in thinking, or any kinds of unusual types of responses in their sensory world, whether it be tactile, visual, auditory. And then the federal regs also give us a reminder that if the emotional disability is the main reason why a child is having a difficult time learning and progressing in school, that we should not apply the identification of autism. So we are charged with trying to tease that out when we have some significant emotional struggles with our kids. And so that's kind of what we get from the federal regs. And the North Carolina definition doesn't veer at all from anything that the federal regulations give us. So most of our North Carolina definitions are an exact replicate of the federal definition. Then from there, what we're charged with doing in each state is taking that definition and applying how we're going to investigate and determine whether it exists. And each state varies. So our state So the big buckets of what we know are these things. What the things that we can observe and actually investigate are the top squares there, the social communication and social interaction deficits, and then the restricted, repetitive behaviors and interests and unusual sensory experiences. The things that we typically don't have access to are symptoms present in the early developmental period. Before age 3, we don't see any of these children. And so we have to rely very heavily on the parent and caregiver input for that. And we have recognized that we have not been as delineated as we probably need to be in underscoring the pieces of the social developmental history that are really critical in investigating through the lens of the caregiver or the parent. So that we don't get to investigate that and observe it on the surface, but we get to investigate it through the historical reference that the parent or the caregiver provides. So we know we need to kind of attest and for all of these things in some way, shape, or form. What North Carolina, our group set out to do is, knowing those buckets, we looked at our required screens and we decided that we wanted to recommend adding a motor screen and a sensory processing eval, which are not required at this point. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to us that they weren't required if we know that characteristics often associated with autism have to do with sensory response and some problems possibly with like your motor planning and organization. And Lauren left, so I just looked back to see if she wanted to come up and chime in, but she's gone. I feel okay. I feel like I know enough about that. But that was one piece what we just said, we don't have this as a requirement, but it also brings the critical lens of our occupational therapists into this team. So for every evaluation of a student with autism, the occupational therapist would be involved because we've provided a definition for sensory processing eval that requires that a licensed occupational therapist be the one delivering that eval, administering that evaluation. The only other things in our current required screens and evals that we decided that needed clarification was the social developmental history, because it's just broadly written right now, as with other disability categories. But with this, we went into just a little bit more clarifying language to underscore the critical things that we need to ask the parent or the caregiver to provide because evidence before age 3 is going to be dependent on our historical reference. So we just delineated that a little bit more clearly. We also recognize that we don't want to pigeonhole teams into thinking that they need to produce an overall IQ score as a part of their psych eval if it's not to the benefit of anyone to know that about the child. We know that our students that are not used to the types of interaction in an assessment situation may have a really difficult time, I can speak to this myself, engaging in the psych eval. And we also know that there's a kind of ebbs and flows and strengths in areas of weaker developed areas in their cognitive profile that we really want to be able to collect, but not get hung up on how that all gets put together into an overall score. What we know sometimes happens is that although we're not supposed to do this, sometimes there is a lowering of the bar of expectations when we tend to focus heavily on an overall IQ score. And we don't necessarily need all that for any particular reason. We need to know how cognitively our kids are strong and where their weaker areas are so that we can support them and help level the playing field. So we took out like locking teams into feeling like they always had to produce an IQ score. I mean, they can if they want in the psych eval, but the psych eval is much more than just administering a cognitive test. So we wanted to clarify that. And then we also wanted to clarify that the behavioral assessment piece really was very targeted. It led to some confusion and a lot of technical assistance questions that we receive at the state level around what exactly does this mean as far as the behavioral assessment? What kinds of tools can we use? So we just added some clarifying language that you really have to have a tool that investigates those characteristics that were described earlier of autism. And so that's basically the things that were adjusted or added to the requirements of the screens and evals. And then within that context, we take all of that and then apply it to eligibility decision making. This slide represents our current eligibility criteria. And based on a lot of technical assistance, kind of like information and questions that come in, we have the 3 out of 4 kind of way to apply our evaluations into determining autism, which leads to some ambiguity. And so keeping in mind our prevalence rates are on the rise, our teams need to do a good job at this. They need to know what they're investigating very clearly around these 4 big buckets. And they need to be able to apply good decision making based on the information that they have. So with this, we know that there's some ambiguity because we know what we know about autism is impairments in communication and social interaction are hallmark. So what we sometimes might be left with is a child who the team has identified has B, C, and D, but not A. And we could say that they have autism, which we know would not be the case. We also have unfortunate situations where teams are not always left with understanding clearly how to investigate the sensory pieces and the repetitive behaviors, that they think it's always something that we know that are like stereotypical of the mindset of autism, like flapping and just continuous like repetitive kinds of phrases and things like that. But what we know about those things stretches way beyond, and often our children with high functioning autism have other types of restricted kinds of behaviors and interests that aren't so surface level, that we need to be able to understand what it is they're investigating. Our teams need to be able to understand what is they're investigating, and may actually miss some kids when they're not investigating that very well, because they might see 3 of those 4 are present, but 1 isn't. 2 of those 4 may be present because their investigation wasn't very clear. So this is where we have some ambiguity with that current kind of way that we're kind of going through identification practices around those characteristics. So what we have proposed to do is take our impairments in social interaction and communication and tell our teams, this is what you're looking for. When you're investigating, you're looking for reciprocity, social emotional reciprocity. You're looking for how nonverbal communication is looking with this child. Sure, they may be able to answer a lot of questions and maybe even receive information pretty well, but how's that nonverbal stuff going? Are they like me? Like, do they get me, a person like me, with lots of gestures, lots of voice inflection, lots of ways that I can communicate nonverbally? And what does that look like in the student? So that's what that's what impairment in communication and social interaction means when we're investigating autism. The relationship piece, developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships. We don't have that really clearly defined in A and B right now, but this is how we've translated to say this is what we're investigating when we're saying social communication and interaction. And so looking across the board, that the hallmark characteristics of autism would mean deficits in all 3. Then the unusual response to our sensory environment and those restricted repetitive behaviors, we've laid out, this is what you're investigating. You're investigating these things and determining which ones, if any, exist in this child. And we know they don't all need to exist, but there are characteristics present that at least meet 2 out of these 4 areas. And so looking at sameness, inflexibility with routines, like ritualized patterns of verbal or nonverbal behavior, how they're responding to sensory things in their environment that we really haven't required any type of investigation on at this point. And that was the reason why we've added the layer of the sensory piece, sensory eval, and the additional lens of our occupational therapist as part of this team. So that's kind of like how we've taken our 4 ABCD and more just clearly defined this is what you're looking for, because we have a lot of students with autism in our public schools, and we don't want to miss any of them, and we also don't want to incorrectly identify ones when we're thinking too broadly about it. We need to know exactly what we're investigating. So this is the intent of the recommendations that we put up. It doesn't change anything in terms of what we're investigating. We would hope that we're leading our teams into better identification of our students with autism, knowing that it's on the rise, and it will continue to be. We had the public comment period. It was last year. And so these are just the general comments that came in. We did receive a lot of public comment that was generally speaking in support of the changes. I'll even say some comments that came in were like, it's about time, what took you so long? Like, why didn't you do this sooner? We did receive some great critical feedback around the wording changes that we initially proposed related to the social developmental history and the behavioral assessment. And based on that critical feedback, we did make adjustments to what you see. It wasn't in the presentation, but it's in the actual proposed policy. Those reflect the feedback that we got on some of the wording that still wasn't clear enough according to the public comment. I unfortunately don't have the stakeholders here today that were at the State Board of Ed meeting, but we did have some community and school-based practitioners comment on what the implications of that mean to them as a practitioner in the school and a practitioner in a private kind of setting, that we're able to give the feedback that they wanted to share. So I'm sorry they're not here today, but I don't know if there's any energy left for any additional questions or clarifications that need to be made, because I know I'm probably seeping into your lunchtime today.
I'm managing the virtual platform, and we do have some questions coming in here. So I'm going to unmute Katie, you should be able to ask her questions now.
Sure, no, thank you. I really, really, really appreciate you coming and presenting this. Very, very helpful. I just want to ask some questions and have kind of an understanding, because there's been some concerns I've had as far as with the alignment that we currently have, right? It perfectly aligns with federal, and although you are correct about needing to provide some additional clarification, my question is, could you not just add those measures and maintain the criteria to remain 3 out of 4 areas? Because if you look at proposed changes, it almost appears, well, it does, that would then be 5 out of 7 areas to qualify. And so it almost seems more restrictive. At least that was my impression as I continued to look at it. So I just wanted your feedback on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think that when we get into this out of this many, it does unfortunately feel like we're putting some stronger handlebars around it. But, and I hope that, I can try to provide more clarity on those 4 areas that we have, knowing that we have 3 really big buckets of characteristics to investigate from how we understand autism, that we were just intending to help the school teams understand within those areas, what are you actually investigating? So in essence, we kind of see it as we took the 4 and broke it out into the 2 areas, like the 2 big buckets that you saw earlier. I don't know if you see the presentation, Katie, but so like those 2 boxes are like the big buckets that we can actually see at some level. And we've just kind of delineated, these are the areas that you have to investigate. And unfortunately, we don't want to exclude students that we're not understanding how to better investigate some of these areas that are more subtle. And we also, and the communication piece is written so broadly that you can have a student who can, do a standard battery of assessments on to assess their communication skills. But if we're not looking at pragmatics really specifically around those characteristics, we're going to miss a lot of kids. Because on the surface, I think a lot of our students will perform well on some of those measures. So it was really just taking those A, B, pulling it out into social communication and behavior, and C and D, and pulling it out into our RBs and our unusual sensory experiences, and saying, this is what you look for. It was never intended to mean, because it's now 5 out of 7 instead of 3 out of 4, that it's more restrictive, which when we kind of calculate percentages around that, it really wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. The other piece that, was clearly recognized that I don't think has gotten enough attention because it's very subtle is the necessity to rely on the early developmental period and help our practitioners understand that a historical reference of that is sufficient. And we have many students who may not even be referred until they hit a certain age or trajectory in their educational career where the social demands exceed what they've established as their coping capacities, and they start having problems. And what we want it to do is help to clarify, just because you haven't seen it until 7th grade doesn't mean it wasn't there. And you need to be able to really rely on that social developmental historical reference in a way that investigates these specific areas through the reporting of the parent and the caregiver. So that was a really long response to your question, which I do quite often. But it was just, that's how I didn't want to miss anything there. It wasn't, the 5 out of 7, 3 out of 4 is not an intention of restricting anything. Just really we've laid it out in a way to try to help clarify.
The other thing I'm trying to see, if it's okay to ask you, was about, you talked about OT and you talked about the utilization of sensory lab, which is great. However, what's currently used is not a standardized tool. And the majority of the data that comes from that tool is done by or collected by a regular education teacher. And so what I have seen with both my own children as well as we've gone to other AD meetings is that if a child is standing or doing something but they're not instructed in class, that they may not necessarily be captured as, flagging sensory, even though it may be disruptive to them. And so that was kind of the concern I had, is that sometimes the individuals who may be taking the observational data and may not have the training and understanding of, when they see a spinning behavior, what's actually going on there, that it could be maybe just distracted too. And I think that was important to mention.
Yeah, and ultimately in the definition of that evaluation, that it is ultimately the professional lens that applies the data that's collected through the reporters, the third-party reporters, and the observations that professional might conduct as part of the sensory processing eval, all go through the lens of the licensed occupational therapist. So although and that's the case with much of the third-party kind of rating systems that we have, that you collect the information from third-party raters, but then you take your professional lens and apply those data and put them all together to make sense for that student and in terms of what the level of impact is for that student. So it ultimately resides in the professional hands of the occupational therapist in terms of interpreting those data that are collected.
More questions, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm fine with that, but I'm in between lunch and everything with that. No, I can talk about this all day, which you don't want. But
So one of the things I wanted to ask was about the SU piece being optional. The reason I say that is I feel like sometimes the thing with cognitive functioning tests, they provide us with a lot of good information about things like memory, processing speed, and these things really do. They are important information because it helps us to understand how autism impacts that individual's ability to learn, and therefore can assist us in understanding how we present information. And so I was kind of shocked that that would be kind of on a case-by-case basis, because I think having an understanding and information about cognitive function is essential when you're talking about schools, but especially for juniors. So I wanted to hear a little more about why that was considered like, being okay for optional.
it's not. The cognitive evaluation is still a requirement because the psychological evaluation is still a requirement. So the broad definition of a psych eval includes the cognitive evaluation piece as a required collection area. The overall producing of an overall score that may not mean anything relate it to that student in that day, in that moment, with maybe an unfamiliar evaluator and a test the kid has never seen before, really does little to help inform the team on what they should establish in terms of expectations for that student. And so we have, it's that overall score. So the cognitive evaluation continues to be a requirement. We want to minimize the over-focus that we sometimes have on producing a general score, that when what we know is that strengths and weaknesses, when you put them all together, may deflate that overall score. And unfortunately, although unintended and hopefully not, teams don't mean to do this, we never want to lower expectations for our students. So we want to help them to not feel like they're locked into that. But the cognitive evaluation continues to be a requirement. The collection of those data. Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Do you have suggested pragmatic language evaluations? Because some are just better than others. And some of our really high-functioning kids can do quite well on some of those pragmatic language scales. So
Right, absolutely. And that is, again, the things that you can't write into the policy, right? But those all come with the guidance and even, some of the training that's already been ongoing for school teams, for autism problem-solving teams, and through the lens of evaluation practices that we've already been providing. Is the context of the evaluation is the lens of multiple sources of data. So yes, we may have a standardized assessment, but we also have observational data, we have interview data, and we have review of information that may be in this child's history that you put all together around each of those evaluation pieces, whether it's the communication eval, or whether it's the communication eval, the psych eval, the sensory processing eval, that we, the kind of the organizational framework that comes out of our recommendations often is this, what we call RIOT framework, and it's review, interview, observe, test. So taking the lens of all of those types of data collection sources and applying them through the lens of multiple sources of data. So single source of a high score on a pragmatic scale doesn't necessarily mean that their pragmatic skills are good, because we need to be able to have multiple sources of data to understand that. Yes.
This is Jennifer Grady. I have hopefully just a quick question. And I think you've kind of addressed this at a high level, but you'll have to forgive me. I come from the world of health insurance where we deal with like actuaries and modeling and predictions. So I'm just curious, do you have any idea how this might impact the bottom line, the number of those who are eligible for under the autism diagnosis for IEPs?
We can only use the trend data to predict that we're going to get better. What we hope to accomplish with this is that ultimately the evaluation would be less, the level of impact would be less around identification and more around what we yield about intervention planning for the student, because we forget sometimes that the purpose of the evaluation is not just to determine whether a child's eligible, but also to determine what the instructional match needs to be. So the hope is that that side of it, the intervention planning, the trend data that we have on autism tells us that we wouldn't expect anything but a continued rise in our identification rates, as we've seen over the past several years. Yeah.
I know we're scooting into lunch, but just from a school perspective, so Christy might have a really different perspective, but I would perceive that the ultimate end result is how much is this disability impacting the student's learning. So if the student was impaired before and it's still impaired and it's still impacting their learning and requiring specially designed instruction, they're still going to qualify, I would actually suspect that you're going to have less areas of exceptionality that are pushed into OHI or speech impairment or language, that kind of thing, and you more accurately reflect autism. That's how I would see it. So I think the numbers would probably go up even more significantly, but be more accurate.
Yeah.
From a school perspective.
I mean, we're watching those percentages continue to go up. Like autism, I think was 8.5% 2 years ago of our total IDA. It jumped up to 10.5, and now it's 11.1. We expect, based on those trend data, that it'll continue. So the point is, our school team, like, we all need to be able to do this. Like, we've got a lot of kids with autism in our schools, and our school teams need to be able to, the way that I apply eligibility and intervention planning is get it right and then do what's right. So those are kind of the phrases that I use when we're looking at investigating special ed classifications and then looking towards how we plan for them. Yeah. Does that help? And I wouldn't understand anything in your world, so.
So I have one more question online, and Leanna, I'm gonna look to you for how many more questions you wanna take on this topic before we transition to lunch.
So I think that probably the last questions. Anyone has any burning questions about this? Anyone else? Okay,
So I'll go ahead, and one last question from our virtual participant. She is asking about the research that supports the utilization of DSM-5 criteria to determine educational disability or eligibility, rather.
Yeah, and I think it's unfortunate that we have like these parallel worlds that we feel like we have to operate in. What we know about many of the disabilities and disorders that show up in the DSM is that we've got 14 classifications that we work with within the context of the educational system. And when those are, what happens is the universal criteria for autism show up there, right? That's just the place where they show up. So we know what we know about autism, and we need to apply consistent practice to what we're doing about autism. Now, the research on applying like the DSM alone that has its own research base to it that I would be able to send to you, and I believe may have been sent in some of the questions and answers, the responses that we've already had. But in terms of applying universal criteria to identify a disability that we know exists, whether you're in or outside of school, just kind of, to me, goes back to just making good decisions for kids. That's just where the universal criteria show up, is in the DSM.
There's some really good clarification in the DSM too about this criteria specifically. I was just wondering if you guys had considered putting a statement, maybe saying for further clarification, see DSM. I don't know.
I think what the DSM gives us in those several other pages are like the levels of severity that we then apply intervention. And I think through that lens, we do that educational relevance, and we provide guidance through our professional learning and ongoing coaching support that we have established with the district. So yeah, it would be translated in that way, but it's laid out in a way that it helps establish severity to enhance how we intervene. And that's the same lens we would take for educational relevance for the student. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk to you about this today, and I'm happy to be available for anything else that comes up. Thank you.
So I just wanted to follow up real quickly. So the ask from the board was that we do this and we make sure we presented this to try to provide you with clarity and understanding. We are also going to, and our scheduling right now, and we're hoping that's going to go out in the next day or two, we're scheduling a parent forum in every region from June 20th through July 25th to do this presentation. Again, it will not be another public comment period, but it will be a night set up from 5 to 7 where we can do this presentation and take questions from parents about understanding and clarity of the policy change. And so once those, I think we have 2, Dreama, that we have 1 location to confirm and verify. Once that is done, it will go to this council, to the Council on Developmental Disabilities, to all of our stakeholder groups that support parents and families. It will go to each district, and they will be asked to send it out through their parent resource network that they have. It will be posted through DPI. I mean, I'm all but getting a plane to fly it across the state with a banner to say we're having these. So just know we are making extreme efforts. We held the public comment periods, and really no one showed up. It's very hard to get people, you can't make people come there. So this is another platform to see if this helps, if we can present this information for clarification and hopefully answer questions and ease some of the anxiety, because we really are trying to do what's best for kids. And then finally, I was asked, and I see your question, so I'll get you. I was asked, Leanne, if the council would, before the August board meeting, provide a statement back to the state board regarding your feelings on the policy change.
I think we can do that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask, those regional meetings, will they be available virtually as well? Some of our regions are pretty big.
We have not set that up. It will probably depend on whether the facility where we're going into, because we had to find free space to go into. But if they have the capacity, we certainly are happy to do a webinar. It may not be as interactive just based on what the capacity is there, but we can certainly try to do that.
I just know a lot of like these types
Right.
of things that come up, and I'm not able to go because we have 6 therapies a week, or it's
Yes,
you know, it's a little too
understood.
far. So I think a virtual would be great.
It's also, we're going to post all of them. So if you live in the southern part of Region 3, below Wake County, and you want to go to one that's closer to you in another region, that's fine. It's not going to be region specific because you're going to get the same presentation in all 8 of those regions. We just don't have the time or capacity to do more than one. I would like your feedback. We did schedule those from 5 to 7 p.m. because we felt that would be best for families. Thoughts? I mean, I know there's never a perfect time, but it seems so many people work that if we do it during the day, then it doesn't make it an option for those that have jobs. So
I think 6 to 8 might be slightly better because a lot of families get off at 5. If you're here in the Raleigh area, you tend to commute an hour to get home. So, I mean, just.
Okay, we will
my
take that
thoughts.
back and see if we can make any time adjustments. I don't know
Yeah.
if our facilities are bound to that, but we will work to see if we can make that happen.
Yeah.
Anything else for me on this? Because I'm keeping you from lunch. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for all your flexibility in working with us on this. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So. All right. Who's hungry? Okay. They usually give us about 30 minutes for lunch. We have quite a bit still to go through today. I'm going to see if we have any written public comments. I know we have one that was emailed in. So, but we'll work on that and be kind of working through lunch. So is that like a plan? Yes. Plan on getting back to work 12:40.
I'm just there.
That's funny.
That too, right?
For all if you're new, it's usually here in the back room. So.
Head back to Charlotte. Running, girl. Get that color.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Now, the only thing about this one is it's full. Institute. This little window. So everything. And come to find there's no apparent place that's that's causing it. Like there's no little link that's sticking out.
I put you, I was like, I think that would have been a better sign.
Because I saw you were driving nuts.
Yeah, I got off on the 5th floor. I was talking to Amanda Berg, and I feel like I'm just going to work for you today. I don't know. I'm like, I'm on the floor. I'm like, I know. Just
Last name is
I want to just like, I don't know what I was thinking, but I'm like, I'm not sure I know what
I know. By the time I got to a little different.
He's not hungry.
I just pushed a button. I didn't even realize we were on this.
Got the screw section.
Well, he's also on focal length, and that does affect his appetite.
I don't know if he wants to be on
Yeah.
Mine doesn't say on the back, but.
If when he's medicated, he doesn't eat very well. When he's not medicated, he eats me out of house and home. So.
We were all over, but, we were 5,
No, yours is the HR, because that's the heart rate.
Yeah, the heart rate come up.
But I think there was one, because I'm cheap, so I know I didn't buy the newest one. Okay. There was one that came out after that. Just, but look for like Ulta. Sure that.
I wasn't in the large session when it first started.
Oh, see which one it is.
I was doing a break.
No, I mean, like, just to see what kind it is, and then, oh yeah, shoot.
So I can imagine people. Right. I would say there's probably at least let's see, there's that kind of thing too, so, yeah.
And there's well, 6
I keep getting the runaround, and that's the problem, because I go to the county. Oh, there's more to say. I can't do anything about it because it's a traffic law.
But you're gonna say it's okay or possible, but I can somebody else say I'm gonna give them a voucher?
Took John out to the door.
So it's very, I find it really interesting. I think it's important. Other person.
So I was kind of making a note, okay. And I'll tell you.
Yep.
It's interesting.
So, one of the cast members, they're on Make-A-Wish and have a G.
All right.
And there's like a Make-A-Wish button, and she sits then.
Oops. All right. I haven't heard back from them, but
I know, but you want to
continue
respond.
as scheduled.
Parent gives you an engine to
Be on your best behavior.
We had our own bouncer.
Yeah, so it's just better.
Big staff member, but he was in a red vest and a bow tie and stuff. So we stood there like here, stop studying where. I just can't
I've never been the more steps I get towards the worse I am, it's crazy, my body's so bad.
And so our bouncer is turning people in, no, they're not signing autographs right now. So when we had our photographer, there's so much I want to do.
Things like that, that he was sharing.
Yeah, and so they got in and he just they said 30 several minutes. He said, so this is I was really worried that
You would think I would go to the gym every day. I don't.
What do you do?
I clean my house, do all my house cleaning, wash my clothes, the dishwasher, load the dishwasher, all that kind of stuff.
But like as soon as those like tennis shoes, they started looking at me.
They should go early with boss.
Right. You know what time do they pull them into the parade for just a quick It was super. Does it go with the parade? Right.
This depends on what time of the year it is.
Yeah. That's not even the most. Yeah.
Most days are, you know, it's so hot days. Kids do it for life.
Yeah. I know exactly. Just to be clear.
That's when I definitely saw the school to show. Go by and before you knew it, it was
All right. Are we about ready, guys? Okay. Does the gavel work? All right. We're going to go ahead and get into a public comment. We had one that came in last week of May. It's a parent, or not parent, but someone working with a parent in Moore County. The issue is surrounding contracting. They're trying to contract with Teach. Their county's attorney's saying that they have to use the county's contract. The Teach is saying we can't use the county's contracts. We contract with too many schools. The concern is this being a barrier to other schools from being able to access services? And I'm thinking that maybe how we can start to maybe look at this is if my LEAs and if you two know if it's an issue with your schools or not, is there any way we can universalize the contracting process for the whole state to make contracting easier for service providers and school districts? So, I mean, can I get a little bit of feedback from you if that's an issue that y'all have, or?
Yeah, we do have to use our contracts that were drawn up by our board attorneys. So that is one thing. One of the things that we do though is when we have people we're contracting with that may have to have their information as well, then we work to try to merge the two. Like I'll get creative and say, see example A or see example B. So you've actually got both contracts you're working, because a lot of the times they're not contradictory. It's saying the same thing in just in a different way, maybe. So I ran into that a couple times, but we've always been able to work it out. Because ultimately it's just getting the service, and the board attorneys know that. And so if we have to give a little bit on the amount of insurance or something like that, then we can always go back to our board attorney and discuss adjusting it. I don't know how, y'all.
Imagine being able to do a uniform contract different.
Mhm.
And we do employ different
Mhm.
attorneys, and they have different prior knowledge coming to the table.
Absolutely.
When we look at our LEA self-assessments, we have different areas of priority, and that might filter into our contracts as well. So I can imagine that there's certain elements that would be somewhat universal. But, for example, if you're in a very rural county out by the coast, transportation might be one rate of pay. And if you live in, you know, a very easily accessible district, transportation might be a different rate of pay. Or, you know, you live in Charlotte, Mecca, it's gonna take you, you know, an hour to get 5 miles at some, you know, so that might be, you really have to reflect on your own needs of your own district and the individual provider that you're working with. And I think that when you use the term contracts, it's very broad, because you've got things like BI and HI, that we die to get people in those areas.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yes, yeah, and you know, audiology, those kinds of things are so tough, but yet if you said, you know, something that's very highly readily available, we might really have to reflect on it, or you might be working with a third-party vendor like a hospital environment or a group home kind of thing, and therapists or ABA, that might be a really different structured contract.
I mean, I was thinking like more of like a template type situation, because I mean, they're saying that they're being told by this agency that they can't, because they work with too many districts, they can't use their, you know, it's, yeah. So, I mean, I just want to toss that out so to see what, if y'all had any experience with that situation and what could possibly be done.
From personal experience, if someone came to me and they have a contract from another district, my first answer is, well, let me take a look at it and see, like, that might be a great model that would
Yeah.
benefit us in a great way, but, I definitely couldn't just, you know, personal contract, I don't feel like
Yeah.
it would be the right thing for our students.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't mean like specifics in there, just kind of like a format. Okay, we agree to provide services X, Y, Z at this rate of pay for, you know, that, all that could be customized. But, yeah. I just want to throw that out there, because that was what the concern was that was posted, so. Moving.
Did they happen to say what the difference is?
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
No, basically what she said is that, all right, let's see, this is Moore County. But they can't do this because they work with so many districts that if they had to do this with various districts, they would have to up the rate versus using their standard contract. And they're going on to say, I need the original contract, but the email to our attorney, but anyway. But, yeah, it's, so.
And there's one little intricacy, like charter schools, we have to have a certain clause in our contracts that traditional LEAs don't. It's a, like, non-indebtedness clause, and that would be very different from
Yeah.
place to place sort of thing.
Yeah. It was just an idea that I, you know, thought might, but might not. Y'all have the experience though, so.
Yeah. No, and I wonder if they tried to work with the EC director and maybe there's, or is it a charter? It doesn't say if it's a
No,
charter.
it's just Moore County and Teach.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Teach's contract and we've never really had an issue with our contract versus theirs, but each district is very different.
Yeah. So. Okay. All right. That was interesting. Just was wondering. Okay. As far as the autism policy letter, I haven't heard back yet from Katie Holler or Abby, but there's going to be an ad hoc committee to work on that. That would be myself, Cynthia, Teresa Mevin, as well as Katie Holler and Abby Childers, who is our policy and procedures person, or chairman, or committee chair. So we're going to work on that. I plan on trying to have us have a call-in meeting. I haven't really discussed this with Tish or Carol Ann, probably late July. We'll schedule that later. And we'll have a sample letter out to you guys about 2 weeks prior so we can discuss it and then vote on any changes there. But that's what that's going to be. Let's see. Let's see. One thing I want to put out there, I'm willing to maintain or remain the chair of this. However, if anybody is interested in running for chair, I open up the floor to nominations next month, so that if anybody would like to take on being chair, we'll have an election next month, and we'll go from there. So, I mean, just in case anybody was wanting to do that. I don't know how my job security is now, so, but I just want to put that out there. But, so we'll figure that out, next month then. But just, okay. All right. So let's look back to our annual report. I know there was one name I needed to add and one spelling correction I needed to do. And don't worry, if you decide to go for chair, I will still be willing to present in October for the board, but you'll have to do it from there on.
No.
Huh? No, I'm gonna make you do it, but it will at least be written. That's a big bonus from when I became chair. I had to write for the last year and my, so, but if you want to take a look at the, further look at the recommendations.
You were gonna update the names for the members.
Yes, that's on the yellow sheet.
Okay.
So if your name's on the yellow sheet, you will be, I will make sure that you are on the thing. I think it's yellow.
Here, this time.
It's not yellow. This sheet's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So, it's green. What did I call the yellow sheet? Okay, so,
Leanne, you need an update on this?
are you not on there?
The last one that I'm, NCDPI, like Sarah. So you took, Ed. Homeless education.
Okay,
NCDPI dash homeless education was the
okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I've added some subnotes for recommendation 1, adding the word current. I haven't gotten to the wordsmithing yet, and to target also to higher ed for more specific training for principals and assistant principals for that higher ed administration piece. I've also added concerns principals, assistants are making decisions with having or without having met the student. Higher ed, school administration, okay, that goes back there, and a webinar-based mode of delivery, and I'll incorporate all those into rationale or the recommendation. Is there any further discussion on that one? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Training provided during higher ed for mental health and behavioral support. We know this is a large area of need. Is there anyone that specifically want to target with that training for, during higher ed? Okay, so that'd be everybody. Do you want to make that for all incoming teachers or broadly higher ed or specifically special education certificates?
You're talking about the first thing, mental health?
I'm talking
mental
about
health training,
number
period.
2 in the recommendations, training provided during higher ed for mental health and behavioral support.
I think that it should be provided to, because you're talking about having training within like teacher prep.
Yes, teacher prep programs.
Because mental health doesn't necessarily come with a disability. I mean,
No.
a kid can be a regular ed kid and have a mental health issue. I think that should be part of all teachers.
I agree.
I think too, at the graduate and undergraduate level, both, because if you'd specify that, oftentimes at the grad level, we get people who had their undergraduate work so long ago that they don't have the currency.
Yeah.
So maybe put in there something about, that the training's provided for undergrad and graduate.
Levels.
People in the levels in education broad that way too, you know, maybe also include administrators, teachers, the
I
whole
know
shebang.
that, I know that North Carolina has stopped in the lateral entry, they're calling it something else, but whatever
Teacher
the.
in residence.
Yeah, or the, whatever it's called, anyway, with the lateral entry program as well.
If I could just offer a general reminder, we still have our ladies on the phone, so if you could lean into your microphones, they'll be able to pick that up on the Polycom. Thank you.
Okay. So I've added significant area of need, which we knew about. Targeting all teachers at graduate and undergraduate levels in education, administrators, and teaching.
Yes.
And include lateral entry. Because they go after they've gone in to get their degrees. Yeah.
Well, here's my question. Could you have it a little more open-ended so that it's covering just about anyone who goes into education? It's not just about administrators and going back to what she was saying, I liked how you framed it because I felt like, okay, that would include those social workers, that would include, you know, who want to go for licensure in school, social work, psychologists, OT,
Therapists,
physical
nurses,
education. I thought that was really more comprehensive, and that it gives you flexibility when there are changes that are being made.
Well, current and future educators.
Yeah.
Current and future people in education. See, sometimes educators captures only teachers, people
Yeah,
for that
faculty
narrowly.
and staff
So
or
I like
something
to,
like
across fields in education, to me is a,
Cross fields of education.
It needs to be cross-discipline.
yeah, cross-discipline, excellent.
In an educational setting.
Yeah.
And I do think that it needs to not just reflect, you know, at the level of K through 12, but we have a lot of pre-K programs and we have, you know, children who are taking classes at the higher institutes of education, you know, or community colleges or universities. So I think that language needs to be included as well. Like, how do we ensure that we're talking of all grade spans, not just.
Are we talking about teacher assistants? Are we talking about custodial staff? Are we talking about, I'm a school counselor, I provided trauma-informed training, and it was required of any staff member in the building. We're moving further and further sort of in that direction, and I'm just questioning if that's what our recommendation is as well.
For, in other words, for all people who work in the schools. Which is parallel to the cross-disciplinary and.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Targeting all teachers and graduate, undergraduate levels in all fields of education study across disciplines. Okay.
I don't know if I'd put teachers in there because again, that narrows it. But.
All individuals enrolled in graduate and undergraduate levels of fields.
As they relate to education.
So then I would assume we were talking about classified and certified positions, correct?
And Leanne, if you'll change the language, so undergrad and then grad, rather than saying
Yeah.
grad and then undergrad. Did you get that?
Yeah, let me. Undergraduate and graduate programs of education study. Or programs in all fields of educational study.
Yeah.
So if you're doing education with a capital E, and to the point about those working with 0 to 5, it would be more likely to be either in child development or in early childhood. But if it's education with a lowercase e, then that's kind of broader fields that would get.
So we want to go with lowercase c? Okay. I didn't have to fix that one. All right. Including lateral entry. Because, yeah, right now I'm still kind of just making an outline and I'll make it all pretty soon and then any final wordsmithing we can do a little bit later. But I just want to get the facts of what we want down so that we know what they are. Anything further for number 2, for the training provided during higher ed? Okay. We can move on to number 3. This was our recommendations that we had made to the Governor's Crime Commission. I just copy pasted them, stuck them here too. I think I kind of abbreviated them some. I don't think I actually copy pasted. But is there anything further we want to say about any of those things?
There was something brought up in our discussion today. We addressed this about having there'll be training, where it says training for teachers and staff, but then also that piece about having an evaluation cycle for improving things after a drill. I don't know how you want to say that, but the idea being that the plan is active, it changes its dynamic, and it should be incorporating the needs of the students in the building for that year. So then the idea is annually it gets revised as well. So there's that dynamic cycle within a year when a drill occurs, right? And how well did we address the needs of the kids who have these 5 plans here, right? But then also from year to year, being sure that you adapt and individualize for the cohort of students you have that year.
It's like
But I
an
don't know how to
after-action
say that
report.
succinctly.
Yeah.
So would that be an amendment to number 6, consistent practices and drills with debriefing for quality improvement?
Yes, thank you.
That'd be great.
Excellent.
So consistent practice and drills with debriefing. I like that wording.
There's something like updated based on enrollment changes, because enrollments do change
They do.
from August to December at times, and that can really change your plan.
Yeah.
So did you put evidence of that, having evidence of, that's what you were looking for, right?
Just-
When we're saying that, like,
There's another piece to it,
because you
yes.
could have it written in a plan, but what evidence do you have that it was actually done?
Successful, yeah.
Executed?
So let's see. Okay, let's slow down. So consistent practice with drills with debriefing for
Quality improvement.
quality improvement.
And maybe to add on to that, including a review of plan, the plan implementation, or the implementation of the plan, get to the plan exists, implementation of plans and,
Or to include a fidelity component, maybe.
successful outcomes or something.
Maybe having something like a checklist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you ultimately want to show if you change your practices based on the way that the practice was executed.
So you're collecting and analyzing the data based on the implementation of the plan, and making revisions accordingly.
Absolutely.
Say that again, though.
That was perfect.
So consistent practice and drills with debriefing for quality improvement of plan implementation and quality outcomes. Do we want to say anything specifically? We had training for teachers and staff. Do you want to also address training for SROs? Yeah.
I wonder if we could say something more open and again, like school system personnel. Because, you know, we're not including substitutes, we're saying teachers and staff, but how are we defining staff? If we say, and school system personnel, wouldn't that technically include like SROs? Because SROs.
They're employed by the sheriff or city,
Right, but they are working in that
They're in
particular
the school
building,
setting.
and they are still responsible for reporting to administration there, so.
Well,
They fall under,
I think
the
that you
language,
could see
we
that
need
both ways, because I think you could see when it says school system personnel, somebody could read that means not.
SROs.
They're not employed by the school system.
So maybe we just change the language so it's
Say, training
more
for school system
broad,
personnel to include school resource officers?
including
Including, yeah.
SROs and other crisis.
Other individuals who interface with children.
Yes.
Other, or other first responders.
Well, it could also be you have a volunteer in there, you could, you know, there are those other standing folks in the school too, right?
Yeah.
And every school and district has different contracted services, so, you know, you might contract buses, you might contract nurses, you might, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, some sort of language about any professional having interaction with students during the day.
Other professionals who work with children?
But within the
scope of
school setting.
Yeah, the school environment, school setting.
Training for school system personnel to include anyone who interfaces with students in the school environment?
And are we including things like after school or sports or things like that where the coach or the advisor may not be employed by the school, they may be a community member or a contract as well?
Including extracurricular.
Or on school property? That would, yeah.
Because that would cover a bus and
Yep.
everything else.
Or is that something that a school system should be allowed to define, because every school system's gonna be different? Their setup's different, who they have in their schools, who may be providing services, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and also the question is then does it stretch to, okay, if it's on school property, if the school rents the gymnasium for certain activities or whatever that are not necessarily school related, does that impact that as well? Like, let's say you have one that rents out for a church service or something on Sundays. Some churches do that, so.
So I see that as separate, because that's a whole separate contract in our district. That's just like somebody contracting with us to use our building.
Yeah, that is a separate
We
contract.
wouldn't be able to mandate them to come in for
Absolutely.
training.
Can't.
School-related activities.
So that's for school-related activities. Then, let's see, where's that?
This is just a technicality, but if you say school district personnel, comma, including, then you're still saying they have to be personnel. So I would say school district personnel and other professionals who may, and something along those lines. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It makes sense.
That might be where you go back to saying, as determined by the LEA, or the charter school, or
Yeah.
the school district.
I think I might use the word any rather than other. I don't know why, it just makes a little bit more sense. I don't know why, can't put my finger on why. But, and I'm not sure that I would put professional either, because if you're talking about a coach who's just a community member, they're not there as a professional, but just any person having interaction with students on school property or something like that.
But then do we go in and, well, I mean, there probably should be a training and at least a briefing for the 101 parent volunteers you might have on picture day or field day or whatever, because you have those.
Involved in, I mean, if they could be there when something occurs, then yeah, but I mean, that's where
Yeah.
the webinar is good, because you can't, like, I know in Wake County, you can't even go on a field trip as a volunteer without applying, filling out all kinds of stuff.
Without a criminal background
So,
check and everything else, yeah.
and So, I mean, a short little web video
Volunteers,
or
yeah.
whatever that's accessible all the time for, if you want to just refresh yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
Volunteer orientation is available through the
Right.
school system online as a webinar. Yeah. So, and any individual, okay, training for school system personnel and any individual who interfaces with students. Will keep school property during the school program, during
Or school-related activities.
School-related activities.
during school-related
School-sponsored.
activities.
Because related can also be pretty gray. So it's school-sponsored activities.
School sanctioned.
School sponsored,
School sponsored.
Which require approval of it.
related, opens it up more.
Yeah, we're a student club that's here after school working on
maybe not even
They're not
sponsored,
sponsored.
administered,
School administered?
administered, because that's what the districts are held accountable to.
Yeah. That group of students are meeting after school on the property to discuss the play that they're in. You know, there's, you know, yeah. Yeah, may not be. All right.
So if you're gonna give a little more detail in there, you might wanna say, the training might look different for someone who's there as a volunteer and part of orientation. You know, once a year I come in and I do, you know, whatever, picture day, book fair, as opposed to as a teacher, as a school, I mean, so, because I think to say everybody who's ever on that campus has to go through training, you don't wanna put a barrier to a parent who just, tomorrow I need to come in and help out, well, I have to go through this training first, so I think it needs to be mindful that what you need to get, or the depth could be related to your role, you know, your position, your level of impact, and so, I mean, I don't think we'd be dictating what that is, I think it's just, would be acknowledging
Yeah,
that
that this
could look
training can
different.
vary depending on the role you have on the campus.
Right.
So,
Right, and I think if we use some language from one of the proposed legislations, House Bill 434, it specifically says each local Board of Ed shall adopt and implement a mental health training program for school personnel who work directly with students in grades K-12. I don't know if we want to me, we're seeing more mental health issues in our pre-K system
Yes.
than we usually have. So if we made the recommendation of pre-K-12, and youth mental health is the #1 topic to include in your training plan. I think if we use some of that same language, then this gets passed as legislation then. But that kind of sums up, the local Board of Ed shall adopt and implement
Yep.
mental health training program on
Yeah.
434.
I've referenced HB 434 in my notes, to look that up and try to pull in some of that legislative language in there as well.
It's on the second page, it's B on the top of the second page. If you look at it.
But this is specific for crisis response, right? This training that's being referenced in this item, and how to respond in emergencies.
I think so. For the volunteers, I think crisis response. For your regular staff, I think it would go more than just crisis response to prevention and identification.
Almost two
So.
different things. It's almost two different things.
Yeah. That's why I said the training will vary based on your role. If you're that volunteer that comes in on picture day and work in the bookstore, 3 times a year, you don't need the same level of training as, say, the coach, or something like that.
And I will say too, in my experience we have schools that if we were to we train all of the staff, volunteer subs, but then the administrators have to have a level of training too, because what crisis response looks like here looks very different
That's
than if you're
correct.
at this school. So do y'all see the same thing?
That's the very same thing.
Yeah.
So
It varies
it's-
from school to school.
It needs to trickle all the way down to the training that occurs, because if I'm a substitute and I go into a high school, I may need to know something very different to do than if I go into that preschool classroom.
Grab the jump rope, everybody
Yes,
hold
I
on,
know.
and look out the door. Don't let go of your rope.
It's that way when, every school is required to submit their own safety plans. Because again, it's gonna be dependent on their school. The layout of their school, the makeup of their school,
Yeah.
culture, all of those sorts of things play a role. So it would be hard to have something that's uniform.
Yeah. This isn't really requesting anything uniform, just that the school district is, recognizes the need for training for crisis management for all people involved.
Absolutely.
All right. Number 4, we had a list of students who require unique assistance during a crisis. Number 3, open dialogue between school districts and state professionals, sharing challenges and successes. That kind of ties into the after-action report or with a debriefing of number 6.
Going back to number 4, with the list of students who require unique assistance, Should we put any kind of language in there about basic and pertinent information about what that assistance might be? Or no?
My question would be, would that be getting into violating HERPA and?
That's what I'm saying, like
HIPAA and
basic
FERPA.
but pertinent.
Yeah.
So like not a diagnosis or anything like that, but, aversion to loud noises or, however you correctly word, doesn't handle chaos well. Or, in a wheelchair,
Yeah.
Vision loss, things like that, that a first responder might need to know that, they may need to carry this student. They may need to, so very basic but pertinent information.
That's where we have it specific to the classrooms.
Yeah.
Like, because and if you see the plan, they have the map of the school, and then we have highlighted those classrooms that have special needs that are in low incidence populations, and then which schools have children in wheelchairs that have class on the second floor. And what's the safety? Where's the safety spot for them to go to? All that stuff. But then when they look at a highlight, then they know to go, and there's an attachment to the plan that outlines the specific needs of that classroom.
Okay.
But that's new. We've just done that this year because I kind of
Me
freaked
too.
out when I looked at the plans and realized, oh my gosh, they're hot, they're there.
Yeah.
When I have a class of children with autism here and a class of children with severe and profound, multiple disabilities here, they look very different. But there's no real difference
Of their
to
needs
an
to.
emergency management person who pulls up the plan and sees
Right.
that.
Right.
And but it's not just in those classrooms though. I mean, I look at Caleb.
Absolutely.
He's high functioning. He'd be in regular ed throughout and probably even academically
Right.
gifted in areas. But the fire alarm goes off and he knows it's not a drill because everyone's acting a little bit differently because they know it's not a drill. He's going to go find the fire extinguisher, go look for the fire. That's Caleb. And
Absolutely.
you've got to recognize that some of our kids are,
Doing that within their plan.
yeah.
I agree.
And he wouldn't be the one you'd think that would need a plan.
But with that information like that, though, the teacher would. Okay, wait. I think I've lost.
But when you get to middle school and high school and they're trading classes 4, 5, 6 times a day, they're never in the same
hard to keep up
class.
with.
And then you have A schedule and B schedule.
Because this crisis management, this plan that we're discussing is not. It's not something that we would hand to emergency services, right? Because my thought is that, okay, well, if I'm the teacher, I know what Caleb's reactions are going to be. I know what this kid's reactions are going to be. So EMS doesn't necessarily need to know all of that. So are we talking about a crisis management plan that stays in the school, or are we talking about information that needs to be shared with an outsider?
And that might be where we need to make a deviation. Do we need to make sure that our first responders are getting a tour of the school every year and say, this is where the AU classroom is. These are some of the things you can expect with children with autism and the support they may need exiting the classroom. This is the, severe, profound, or this classroom has 6 kids in wheelchairs in it. This is what they're going to need. And, because you don't have 6 adults in that classroom with 6 chairs probably.
Right. And I would agree with you, but there's a lot of times the teacher might not be there.
Yep.
And so you need to be prepared.
But there's, so like, I know when I had to leave sub plans, part of my sub notebook was, okay, here, just that, again, the basic pertinent, not, HIPAA level information about my kids, but okay, this is what you need to know about this handful of kids. So that, I'm assuming, and I know that common sense is not universal.
That's
but
not the first day of school and you just met this kid.
I would assume that teachers do leave information like that for their subs, and that the subs are supposed to familiarize themselves with that information before the day starts or before their time there starts. So I was just wondering, are we talking about something that we're going to hand to an emergency service provider, or are we talking about something that is in-house? Because I think it would be different.
We have both, because I guess the way, when working with emergency management, the way we kind of looked at it was there may be times when the only person in a command center is an emergency management person who's outside of the school, and there's that communication is very limited from classroom to principal to command center. So our district wanted it very clear to whoever is pulling up that plan, because the only people who have access to that are those who are really responsible for the safety
Right.
of everybody in that school. So we have both. Does that make sense?
And I love your what you guys do about having the map and having it highlighted. And I think that's something that would be beneficial for, the 911 center, so that when an emergency call comes in, they can pull up and then be able to, whoever is communicating with the personnel at the school can say, okay, you've got this type of classroom with kids with disabilities up in this corner, and or here's the room number or whatever. Because just at my home, Cary Police have in their desk that if they get a 911 call from my number, I have a child in a wheelchair who is nonverbal, and this is where their room is located in my house, so that they know where to go and check. So I think that might be something, providing it to, whoever the responders are, wherever the dispatch comes from.
Right. And I will tell you, Leanna, you made a good point. One of the things that we're still working out is how to notate where the children, like your son, are, who may be in a regular classroom, but how do we, I get scared if it was an active shooter, situation, and a child may be running and not responding to an officer. And they don't know that that's a child with autism that is not going to respond because they're in a, kind of mode. So how do we identify, children with that level of need so that they don't get misidentified in a situation? I mean, you hope that would never happen, but we always plan for, it's not if it'll happen, but when. So that we make sure we have it all in place. And so we're still trying to work out how do we identify to outsiders the need there.
That just speaks to just the difficulty and the enormity of all this, because you can't plan for every contingency. So it becomes very scary when you start talking about and thinking about those kind of situations, because we just can't fully plan for everything, because we just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's the importance of having the drills, doing the tabletop drills, continuing at the forefront, because that way, bringing parents in, having the students. We didn't think about a lot of things. I think it was you that said that. Our little girl that's in a wheelchair, that's upstairs in a high school, where she was concerned, what happens if, I can't get down the stairs and the elevator goes out. How's that going to happen? Where am I supposed to go? So having all the stakeholders at the table and coming up with that solid plan, that has to be fluid, because the needs of children change all the time. So that's what makes it kind of difficult, and really working with our emergency management people and outside stakeholders, our firefighters and police. And once I got on our district safety team and realized, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? I mean, it was difficult.
Yeah.
And it's scary.
You may not realize that Caleb would be the child that does that, and some days he might, sometimes he might not.
That's right.
Because until you're in that situation, you never know what they're going to do. But he's a fixer.
And to that point, I'd just like to comment. In my former district, we did a lot of that. We involved our EMS. We got a grant to do regional trainings in each of the regions of our district that involved we had our own police force employed by the system. So our SROs, the sheriffs, the firefighters, EMS, the local police, and and then school teams. But on our district team, we also had EC, student services, DSS, maintenance. It was just totally comprehensive. We had people from Drug Free Moore County, we had transportation, we had everyone, and at some of the regional, we did after action reports after the tabletops with all of those meetings, because there were like 75 people in some of these meetings, because we were trying to flesh through all these details. They had the police still, even though they had maps of all of our schools, they still wanted tear-offs of where are those special needs classrooms, how do we deal with these children, what supplies do you need when you're getting out of the building, how are we going to deal with trying to get down this road when we know parents are going to hear first, and it's gonna be flooded, like how do, you know, and then, yeah, we think the buses are gonna get there, okay, you say you can get all your buses there, including our EC buses. I had 3 self-contained classes at one point on one campus, you know, let's try it. And so even at the district level, I was at the district level, student services director at that point, but we did that. We did those trainings, and it's not easy when you actually do them. And then, you know, those after action reports, having that discussion after you go, yeah, well, what about our, you know, AU friends that they are going to process this very differently. And as much as you train and try, they might present very differently in an emergency situation. You know, a lot of those conversations came up and we didn't have all the answers, but it was that conversation. It was the EMS folks going, oh, wow, you know, okay, we didn't think about that. We didn't plan for that kind of a thing. But doing those drills, even with our buses, to say, okay, we've got an emergency now at this school. You say you can get there in X number of minutes, let's try it. And then working through those problems that we wound up having when it didn't happen.
And that's,
So-
I think there's, yeah, I absolutely echo what you say, because I mean, even in the larger counties, disabilities is not something that our EMS have to deal with a lot. My adapted van broke down a couple of weeks ago. I had no way to get home because you can't put a wheelchair in a tow truck. You can't get an Uber. You can't. The only way to transport this kid is call an ambulance.
Yep.
And then I'm pretty sure that insurance is not going to say, sure, we'll foot that $600 bill because, you know, your car was stranded. So luckily I have a friend who has an adapted van, but the officer that, cause it was at a college graduation that we got stranded, and the officer came to just sit until, you know, make sure we were safe until we got some kind of help. And he even said, I don't know what we would do. Like, I don't know how we would get you guys to safety. And it was hot, and it was, so they really don't. It's not something that comes up for them.
Yeah, so that collaboration, that conversation, and having them on your district team, it starts with having, like Christy said, you know, all of a sudden I realized I'm on the district team. Wow, we don't have plans for these things. Having that comprehensive, so it's really important.
So, do all the districts or most of the districts have EMS involved in their teams, or is that right there something that we need to make sure is?
But I think that's part of the whole, like, school safety, what she was speaking about earlier, the required school safety plan. If you read that legislation that's required,
Yeah.
that is required.
Is that the 434?
And the school omnibus bill is a different one.
Oh, yeah.
The school omnibus bill is a different,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right.
But I think in terms of who's at the table on a safety committee, like our district safety committee, the same people haven't always been there. So that's up to the district on how that's formed. It's just we started realizing the value of who we needed at the
That's right.
table. I mean, no, not all districts have. They have people from emergency management who are kind of, it's the big people over, like, I say the big people, but they're kind of over the area, regional people. But in terms of the emergency management, fire department, those are separate people we had to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta keep in mind, in a lot of these rural districts, your fire department is a volunteer
Yeah,
crew
volunteer
that might
fire
have
department,
3 people that
absolutely.
can go during the middle of the day.
Exactly.
So,
Hospital 76 is the other one.
But we did ours in the evening time. We had school teams and then all those other people there and had like dinner, you know, had like pizza and just the top, from the top down, and the EMS and the fire department and the sheriff's department, they mandated all their people to go in all those different areas, and then the local municipalities too, the local police departments. It all fed together with the schools. So that's just you gotta get that buy-in in that conversation.
I have found that when you show up with a pizza at a fire department, they do pay attention.
And they do, and
And they take you on a tour of everything.
they'll take down the pool. No, just
Yes, we got a grant for it too.
Yeah.
Our EMS, Scott Brooks, I can't remember if it wasn't a FEMA grant, but he got some kind of grant for it. So we weren't even out of pocket, you know,
Oh, that's
for,
great.
I think there were like 8 of them that we did, so. Yeah. Food for thought. Food for thought.
So that just encompassed the last 3 things on the drills and consistent practice and drills, training.
So, I think I've come up with a list of students who require unique assistance during crisis available to EMS. Because you're gonna have one for the school, but also one for the, cause I can see it now, somebody walking up on Caleb, wielding a fire extinguisher.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing, kid?
Yeah.
And you just call and say, I got Caleb George here. Oh, okay, bring him on. He's one of the students with autism.
I don't think it's just EMS.
Yeah.
Because where the fire department goes in. So, did you say EMS?
EMS, emergency
Emergency
management.
management, thank you, in my
Yeah.
head, I'm thinking, never mind.
Emergency medical services, yeah.
Sorry.
Leanne, did you add in location, like a list and location of students who require?
Yeah.
That would include like the maps and like a class list for a kid if they're in middle school or high school or something like that, just so they know approximately where
Yeah.
it might be.
So it'd be like Caleb George, anywhere on the school bit?
The one
Serenity
wandering
George,
around,
room 373,
the kid
Yeah.
supervising.
Yeah. But, yeah.
And number one, it doesn't specify specific safety and crisis plans. But I wonder if you want to just have it there just as a reminder. It's assumed.
A student-specific crisis plans. Or emergency,
Safety and crisis plans.
Safety / crisis.
Yeah.
because you might have a crisis plan, but it's for a completely different kind of crisis than this kind of crisis. That's,
So seizure versus.
yeah. Or just emergency plan?
My, safety plan also includes, suicide prevention.
Yeah.
So,
So that one's student-specific safety crisis plans discussed at IEP meeting, but not part of the IEP, because we had that discussion. Goals that support successful execution of the plan should be included in the IEP if appropriate. Because that might be okay, your AU class has a fire drill once a week to get used to the whole idea of going outside, quickly and quietly, and orderly. Which, who wouldn't want that for their classroom in period, right? So, anything else for whole area number 3? And that kind of turned into 7 on my thing. So I put it as number 1, district safety plans need to include EMS at all levels. That was referring to simple firemen all the way up to the emergency management system manager, so that you have the input for the planning.
And dispatch, or is that what you call it, like the people who are communicating with the officers and personnel that are at the crisis? Is that dispatch who's like giving them information?
Yeah.
Just tell us something.
Telecommunications or something like that.
I always say 911 and they always, correct me, it's
Not telemarketing.
Who's on a computer? Look it up. All sitting here with the entire world's worth of.
Including dispatch. I'm just gonna put that for the time being
Yes,
until
yes,
somebody finds the word. Yeah. See, the thing is, my concern there, but is knowing where is if you're calling 911, where is your 911 office located at? Because a lot of them are becoming more and more centralized. I don't think every county has their own local 911. It's all enhanced now and everything else to a smaller.
Well, you can look and see where your particular house or school, if you make the call from there, which dispatch center it's going to
Yeah,
go to. They'll
most
tell you
likely.
that. But in a district level where there are multiple schools, they can, those maps and documents can be emailed so that there are digital copies that the dispatcher just pulls up the school and it's right there.
Telecommunicator?
Thank you.
Yeah. Including telecommunication professionals. But usually once the, the EMS, the team's been dispatched and have arrived at the scene, that your 911 involvement usually ends there. Because you have your own command system set up on site. So, so I'd say your local EMS, police, or EMT, medical, police, and fire should all have, appropriate documentation for your
Well, they have
school.
computers in their vehicles as well.
Your police
so-
do.
EMS does.
They do.
Yeah.
Very well versed in the EMS.
I'm sure you are.
In the EMS
Yeah.
arena.
Just a reminder, they're having a little bit of difficulty virtually.
Hearing.
Oh, sorry. So if we had those digital documents and information, and I believe that there are laptops installed in fire trucks as well, if I'm not mistaken.
It might be dependent upon where you live.
That, well, okay.
Because
Yeah, that's true.
our newest fire truck in Meta, I think, is a 2001 model. Okay. And that was given to us from somebody else, but
On
anyway.
available laptops that are in vehicles, that would be something helpful that they could pull up.
Let's see.
And we had to keep 2 at the school level and actually at our district level, physical copies. So you could have digital copies as well, but you need to have physical copies. What if a communication grid went down or something of that nature? And you need to have a physical copy of the emergency plan. So.
Green binder, being relocated, clearly labeled.
Something you just tell them.
Hey, live my life.
I've got local EMS should have physical and digital copies of plans and maps of buildings.
Yes.
And annotated maps of buildings.
Multi-tiered digital with interactive links.
Yes. That would be interesting if we could get, our EMS systems on e-counts. They would love that comment, but
Oh gosh, that would drive them out of their professions too.
anyway, all right. Okay, that looks good for section 3. And I had put last year's recommendations under number 4. Is there anything there that we should continue? I mean, obviously we felt they were good recommendations. Is there anything that's particularly burning that we should keep on our recommendation list?
I like the first 3.
Yep, I still like the first 3 too.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work just right there.
And number 4, because it ties into what we've already been talking about.
Put 4, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So. All right, so we'll keep the first 4.
Is 6 a concern still?
Mental health tiered support program. Multi-tiered.
The multi-system.
Specifically about like mental health supports.
Yeah. That was mental health tiered support. That was your thing, Cynthia.
That was mine. On the behavioral mental health.
You were the person that was on that mental health committee.
So the work we're doing now is not so much on the mental health tiered support programs. It's actually looking at the programs that are available in various school districts across North Carolina and seeing how they can be replicated into other districts. So we're looking more at children that are being returned to the system, children that are coming from PRFTs, children that are coming back, juvenile youth
Absolutely.
programs, and things of that nature, how we're serving them now and some of those children. So that's what we're really looking at in our mental health, school-based mental health group. So I'd have to think about that, Deanna, and see if I want to keep that on.
Okay.
I'm looking at, let's see, number 1, 2, 3, maybe 1, 2, and 3. I think there was one other that I can't see right now. But they seem like fairly simple recommendations that would just involve a letter or a statement that
Yeah.
we would recommend that a parent or teacher, of exceptional children be included in these various groups and organizations. So I don't think we should drop that. I think those are probably fairly short and simple to get done.
Yeah.
And with number 7, they have changed the requirement for testing for the adaptive curriculum licensure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we want to keep that or not.
I'll take that off then. So, any comments on number 5? The meaningful assessments, that's more just a comment that we had thought with the injury coming through. It's raining. I'll take that off for the time being then. Don't need too many recommendations. You can't have too much of a good thing. So we've got a lot here.
So 1 through 4 and then question mark 6.
Or, yeah. That moved up to 5 when I deleted number 4 5. But, yeah. Okay. That sounds good. I know we're kind of probably went over with that a little tiny bit, but we still have some time left for committee work. If anybody wants to break into their committees. In the recommendations, there was a committee section. So if your committee did anything specific that we want to highlight, that would be wonderful. Ongoing projects and vision. If we, yes.
And I'm sorry, Nan, can I just offer that, Department of Public Instruction has at least 30 trained individuals to provide youth mental health first aid who went through the train the trainer. So there's folks accessible across the region for that, as well as through all the local management entities.
The MCOs now, yeah.
Yeah, the MCOs. And also, that's true for suicide prevention training as well. So I saw that as an opportunity. I just wanted to make sure that that we've equipped through DHHS, DPI to be trainers as well.
Yeah, I think we're actually looking at having a presentation on mental health first aid, youth specific, in an upcoming meeting based on some conversation we had earlier today when we had a little bit of time between sessions.
Okay.
And so that's something that we're still working on, but I knew that was something I really wanted to bring out because I know how much mental health is important.
So,
And I've heard really good results out of that program, so.
would you like me to work on that with you?
We can,
Just
yeah,
wanted to-
yeah. I mean, if you want to do a presentation on that, we can, I have to work with Tish, Carol Ann, and we'll work that out. That'd be fine. Unless they have somebody they want to do one, so, I mean. It makes it easier when we already know the person we're going to have asked to do it. So, all right. So, if we can break down in subcommittees and then have one person fill out their section of this and either let me have it or email it to me, or we'll figure that part out, but.
Not here.
Yeah, Abby,
Chair, so I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah. I think Abby is on there still. If she,
She is.
okay.
She's online, yes.
Yeah. So, see who all was on Abby's committee and, all right. So we'll just break into committees and we'll kind of play it by ear a little bit and, we're supposed to have a presentation at 2:15, so we don't have a lot of time on significant disproportionality, and update on that from Nancy Johnson. So. Okay. Hi. Hey. I'm doing well.
We ran out of toner. They're not here. So I don't have enough for our bus. But remember when I planned, well, before I even started, here's how I'm going to go on. That committee's to
Yeah.
report like that on. What's your name?
I mean, if you need a committee form, that might make it easier if you just want to fill this in. So, let's see, Diane's not here. Who's on the unmet needs committee?
I have no idea what committee I'm on.
I think I am, correctly.
If you want to take it for policy and procedure?
But if you do need wordsmithing on anything, I do have a BA in BS.
Okay, all right, no.
So I am pretty good at it. It is an art form.
Okay. I got an email from Diane, she had
Thank you.
a heart issue that she had to
I
say.
popped in.
She had an emergency catheterization like yesterday.
I know, it's fine. I just didn't want to be,
Data and reports.
so I can sit here.
Data reports. And we're looking for a committee chair for data reports.
If anyone would like to be a committee chair for data and reports,
We are.
there's one more that I'm missing, one more forgetting.
We got it.
Do you have one more committee? That needs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect.
Policies and procedures. Do we need someone for that? Oh,
That's Abby. Abby Childers is doing that.
Unmet needs.
We only have 4 committees. Okay, I thought we had 5.
So we'll be,
So we're one.
so we,
So that's kind of what but even before we get started, here's the member. Now, for this person right here. Sorry,
When's that down?
Tom is in, it's the same.
what are you,
All right, Abby, we'll just have her call you.
It's her second.
She was,
Yeah, Mo was right. So, I have this. Okay. So we did that. So,
No, that's Paul, yeah, this unmet. You're an unmet, right?
these legislators want, I have to get other people. Is it available, so it'll just.
Anybody else? I don't know that we.
Now, up here, these two are coming up for a year, but it's the first term.
Think so. I think I'm on
this is
unmet.
supposed to be the biggest committee.
Ever. I don't guess you're
Is she able to re-up, with the 2-year appointments, or is that different?
No, I told you you could have that. That was mine, but she'd oversee you.
I met with Teresa.
Is
she able to re-up with a?
We have struggled
Oh, you're on the green.
to
I think we're limited to meet. That's in our bylaw.
Yeah, whenever you're appointed.
what the leading unmet needs are. I mean, this is such a big, it is big.
Hey Abby, it's Christy, how are you?
We're gonna have to
That's okay, that's all right.
pick something. Because we've been at this for,
And that's killing you not to be able to say anything, isn't it?
when I say a while, I mean a couple of years. That those of us new to the committee can see, like, is there a summary or a list of? I don't.
EMS, I know
I'm
it was
not-
EMS,
'cause I'm
emergency
new to it,
management.
Okay.
Don't freak out, it's not CMS.
the answer's no, that's fine, that's why I'm asking.
She has it, she does have some,
So
she
we're
has some,
trying to,
some
filling
data.
out like our subcommittee reporting.
She has some
including
data,
the
but it's
report.
all, I mean,
I've only done it like
it's
once,
the
so I
data's
don't know what to put on.
yeah, so she got data from
get into
prison, that's how it's done.
meetings again.
It did sound like your model was.
Are the subcommittees still on focus or on topic?
We should bring the model from prison into the society. We wait until they break the law, then
Yeah.
they
Do I take what we talked about, like, I'm so sorry, but ongoing is the bullying division.
Okay.
Y'all are still working on, she said, completed would be the response to the governor's crime commission. And then she said, do we need to do some type of follow-up? I
think they need their own flexible
follow-up or response or something to the Center for Safer Schools presentation. They wasn't she gonna follow up with trying to get some content?
Yeah, we're gonna work on that.
Okay.
Or I'm going to communicate with them on that, so.
So does she need to, is there need to be a follow-up?
I'll take care of that.
Okay. That's it then, so that's what it is, but do I put it on this sheet or do you need to email it?
Whatever you want to do.
I'd rather email it to you, because the handwriting's horrible.
That's fine, because I can read better, read text better than I can penmanship, so.
You
No problem.
in my face. I just want to take one class per semester because I have until age 21 to finish my high school diploma. And he was absolutely correct. We could do nothing. He came to school and he just sat there and did nothing. And I said, I'm going to take one class now, one class. And he had it all mapped out to age 21. So they have their own way.
Well, I mean, it's, I mean, so now.
Yeah, but future presentation,
Are now in the community college, and they can
there's
take
some interest in these three items.
by their case.
Okay.
Either
One, email that to me.
Okay.
Or let me go get my.
So why not?
Okay.
Allow them that
Got
freedom,
a
yes.
student who really
Yeah.
needs that
Yes.
extra time, then, you know, a couple of classes a semester might be more appropriate. Way to go.
Thank you. That's what I think. I think the way we design schools.
Simple structure.
Yeah.
And we're not necessarily preparing them for work either.
No.
Because there's that piece, like your student you described.
Or college.
That works for him one course. Imagine if he had worked to go to a job coach.
I think I figured out my problems about because I needed to go back. I just do it on the phone.
Vocational type of education. Yeah, that
Taking
was
all that vocational from schools really was a bad thing for
yes,
kids.
it was.
very bad.
I see.
Because I remember when I was at Leesville, I was teaching at Leesville Road High School not too long ago, and my guys would come in 12th grade, 10th grade, 9th grade, and these guys would, if you listen to them, one of them is in landscaping. They want, his mind was more geared towards scheduling his
with the government
clients.
schoolwork.
So when he gets
You do have
to
twice
he
a
says,
section.
"Well, we need some winners."
That sounds like a great,
He was into the hockey league, ice hockey league, so he was a good kid. He was an awesome kid. But the academics were holding him because he didn't like to study Shakespeare or all those things that had no relevance to his life. In 9th grade, you have to study The Grapes of Wrath or what is that book, To Kill a Mockingbird? So he studied that, and he was more concerned with his landscaping. And
But look at how he was solving those problems.
But I was his teacher, so I helped him through those little.
Those vocational, you know, if you had those vocational classes, they could act as motivation to do some of the other things.
Yes,
Yes.
It's kind of like dessert.
But yeah, if you do X,
can't wait to hear this,
do
right?
Y. You know, I mean,
It is awful not to have that. I came from Montessori school, middle school, and if I had my way, I would make every school Montessori school. That's how good it is, because they give this schedule 2 chunks of time. All right. Just turn it on.
Just move it.
All right, are we ready for Nancy, everybody? And some more of this wonderful state performance plan and annual performance review, or whatever these numbers and letters mean?
Plus, annual performance report, you got really close.
Very close, good. All right, so, without further ado, equity and IDEA.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Nancy Johnson on the line for us, and I hope that you'll be able to hear her. If not, if you will kind of just raise your thumb up and I'll adjust the volume on the phone. Thank you. All right, Nancy, you're up.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
I'm working on the volume. Try it again now.
Okay. Okay, can everyone hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hear you just fine.
You're good to go, Nancy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk to you this afternoon about the new regulations, equity and IDEA regarding significant disproportionality and how states determine which districts have significant disproportionality in identification, placement, and discipline as it relates to the race of students with disabilities. So for some of you who have been with the Advisory Council for more than a year, you may recall that a couple of years ago we did seek input from you as one of our stakeholder groups regarding the proposed changes and changes we would need to make to significant disproportionality determinations. So Carol Ann's going to move the slide for me to the next slide.
There's a little bit of a lag. Sorry, Nancy.
No problem. Okay, so this, I'm not going to go over this totally, but this gives you a visual of a timeline. And as you can see, back in December 19, 2016, the new regulations were published and they became effective immediately, but then states had time to implement. The first compliance date was July 1st of 2018, which meant we would be implementing them this spring in 2019. However, states were notified that the U.S. Office of Special Ed Programs was going to postpone those or delay the regulations because they felt like they needed to get some more input and make some changes. So states were allowed to postpone them for 2 years, which would have pushed it up into our determinations into the spring of 2021. So that's what North Carolina did. And they actually issued that delay on June 29th of 2018. More recently, in March, we learned that a federal judge, due to a court case called that from COT Protection and Advocacy Agency, the Colorado, I believe, Protection and Advocacy Agency versus Betsy DeVos, that the U.S. Office of Special Ed Programs had violated the law by delaying the regulations, and they couldn't no longer do that. Now, the Department of Justice has filed an appeal about that, but then on May 20th, the U.S. Office of Special Ed Programs issued a statement to states letting them know they expected us to implement the new standards from the 2016 regulation. So that is what I'm going to be talking with you about, is where these new regulations changed in comparison to our old ones. You need to know back in, in March when all this was happening, I was already in the process of analyzing all of our data based on our old regulations. And then once we got the issuance in May, we had to start over again using the new requirements. Okay. Carol Ann, I'm ready to move on. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go over where the changes are. And everything you see in red is new for us in comparison to what our former regulations looked like. Some of these things, for those of you who were involved in meetings with us when you were part of the stakeholders that were giving us input, you'll see that some of these things are things that recommendations you may have made. Cell size. Cell size is the numerator when we're calculating anything, and the maximum cell size we're allowed to use is 10, and that is what all the stakeholders in North Carolina proposed to us, that we go with that. That is, we did use a cell size of 10 in discipline. That is new for identification and placement. We did not previously use a cell size or numerator. M5, that is what's the denominator. And in the past, we were using a denominator or an N size of 30. We were using it based on the number of students with disabilities in the race category in consideration. So the only thing there that has changed for us is that for identification, we're required to apply that N size to the enrollment of the LEA rather than the number of students with disabilities. So that's a slight change there for us. Another change is that we are required to use a standard methodology, and we must use a risk ratio. We were already using a risk ratio for identification and placement. We were using a state average rate for discipline, so this risk ratio is new for discipline. We have not used that in past years. Now, we did have to come to some agreement about what our risk ratio would be. This is the one area where there was slight differences from the different stakeholder groups in the area of discipline. Everybody agreed with continuing the use of the 3.0 risk ratio for identification and placement. We had people ranging everywhere from a 2.5 risk ratio to recommending a 4.0 risk ratio for discipline. And we decided based on most of the input we got that it would be easiest for everybody involved to understand, for us to explain it to parents, to LEAs, to actually implement it if we use a 3.0 risk ratio across the board. And remember, we're looking at significant disproportionality, not just when a district is disproportionate, but that we've determined that they have significant disproportionality. So for this first year, because we had to implement so quickly, we went across the board with a 3.0 risk ratio. The other area is reasonable progress. We already had in existence that if we considered a district with the 3 consecutive years, I didn't put 3 consecutive years on here because we look at the current year and 2 previous years. That continues to be allowed in the new regulations, but that is not a change. We were already implementing that. We were also already implementing reasonable progress. And in North Carolina, reasonable progress was as long as you got below a 5.0 risk ratio, you made reasonable progress. Well, the new regulations require that you show progress in your risk ratio each year if you're using consecutive years. So the consensus, at least, of the stakeholders was that we go ahead and continue that 5.0 risk ratio, because if we just allow a district to show progress but they're at 12.5 risk ratio, that's extremely high. So we want them to get it below 5.0. So we kept that piece. And then we said, because these fluctuate so much, and particularly with small districts, 1 or 2 kids either way can shift a risk ratio by a whole percentage point. So we said that our reasonable progress, now this is something OSEP eventually will have to approve, but based on how OSEP does our APR reasonable progress, we said that as long as a district each year had not, was less than 0.2 increase in their risk ratio from each of those 2 years, so we look at both years, that they are below 5.0 risk ratio, we will consider them to have reasonable progress. Okay? So that's one thing. And before I move on to the other areas, I do want to say that, I do want to say that we have this year, under the new regulations, we identified fewer LEAs than we did the previous year. And that was a little bit surprising. We did identify a few more LEAs. We identified 9 LEAs altogether, and last year we had around 16 LEAs. But the reason being, we had a few more in the area of identification, but we had a lot less in the area of discipline. So I'm going to have Carol Ann move on to the next slide and explain to you about discipline. Discipline is the area that is the most different of the other areas. In past years, we looked at 3 types of disciplinary actions. This year, we are required to look at 5 different types of disciplinary actions, 2 of which we used to look at, the greater than 10-day out-of-school suspension, like an individual child getting an 11 or greater days suspension, or an in-school suspension for an individual child that is greater than 10 days. We still look at that data. We don't have a lot of students in that those 2 categories. The new categories we're required to look at is a student getting an individual suspension out of school less than 10 days, an individual in-school suspension of less than 10 days, and then total disciplinary removal. So that is not looking at individual students, it's looking at the number of incidences by race of all suspensions, the 5 types of suspensions we mentioned. So we are analyzing the data based on that. The difference is this year we had 1 district that fell under the area of total disciplinary removal, and they happened to be on the warning list from the previous year for short-term suspensions that accumulated, out-of-school suspensions that accumulated to greater than 10 days in the school year. But if you'll note, we no longer review less than 10-day out-of-school suspensions that accumulate to greater than 10 days in the school year for kids. And that was our area where we had most of our districts on the list for significant disproportionality. Now, that data does feed into the total disciplinary removal, but we're not looking at it separately. Now, saying that we only have 1 district now, you do need to know if I'm still putting together our warning list, and those are districts that are at a 3.0 risk ratio in identification, placement, or discipline for this current year, and may have been for previous years that have made enough progress just to remain on the warning list. And we have a lot more districts that will be on the warning list for identification and discipline. Not too many more for placement, but identification and discipline, we're going to have over 100 LEAs on the warning list, which is letting them know you need to be looking at your data because in future years you may have significant disproportionality. With that said, the other areas that we have to make changes in their early intervening plans that they submit through their 6B project, they will have to identify contributing factors that they must address that relate to the area of significant disproportionality. If, for example, if they've been identified in discipline, they'll have to target their plan toward disciplinary practices, and they'll have to explain what they thought contributed to the significant disproportionality, such as lack of professional development, or under-identification of students of a certain race, or lack of implementation of and fidelity of implementation of interventions. So they'll have to dig down into their root causes and identify that for us in their plans. The other thing that is new is that in the past, funds were only allowed to be spent on students who had not ever been identified as being a student with a disability. Funds can now be spent on students with disabilities also, but not exclusively. So their plan can be used for both students without and with disabilities. Okay? And then lastly, the other change is we do have to, in the past, we have only looked at school-age children ages 6 through 21. We will be in future years including preschool students ages 3, 4, and 5 in the area of identification and in the area of discipline. And that becomes effective next July for the 2021 determination. Okay? So those are all the changes. I know I went through those quickly, but I do want to be available to answer any questions that you might have.
Nancy, I have one question from the virtual participants. For the significant disproportionality, are those lists of LEAs on the public website?
The list just went out. They are not, to my knowledge, on the public website, but I believe that we can get them up. That is public information.
They're just not.
So I'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
And I'm not the guru in getting stuff up on the public website. I'll go through Kelly Reset to have that done, or whomever there at DPI. But I don't know how long, once we turn something in, how long it takes to publish it. So, but we'll let you know.
2 weeks.
Other questions? I know I went through that in a hurry.
Well, it looks like you must have done a fabulous job. Because everyone in here appears to have their need for knowledge met today on this.
That's great. Either that or they're tired from being there all day. Their brains are overloaded with information.
Well, we won't comment on that one.
Plead the fifth.
Okay.
And I'm checking virtually, and our virtual
Okay.
participants just say thank you, Nancy, for the information.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to email me. I didn't include it in the presentation, but my email address is N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, JOHNSO at uncc.edu.
Okay, Nancy, I am going to mute your line now and turn it back over to Leanna for the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. And next up is we have one announcement. We'll go ahead and do that one and then open up for any other announcements.
Announcement? Yeah. So we would like to congratulate.
Any guesses who? No guesses?
Teresa Mebane.
Teresa Mebane. She's finishing her second term on the council, her second
good.
2-year term. Yeah, legislative appointments are 2 years. So, it's bittersweet.
So, this is the last meeting?
I'm holding you on your retainer through July for the other issue.
Yes.
But yeah, this is sadly according to the rules and everything. You can come as a guest. You can come and watch. You don't have to leave. You know who you are. But I want to thank you for all of your work that you've done on this council. You were chairing it before I began it, if I remember right.
What?
You were chairing it before I started.
No.
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 No?
You chaired?
I thought she was.
I thought she was too. We've known you so long. We thought she was here.
No, wait, no, Nicole Jimerson was the chair, and then, but I think she was the chair before Nicole.
No.
You weren't?
I think they're thinking of the other blonde that.
Jill Searcy.
Oh, yeah,
Jill
Jill.
Cersei.
Oh,
Yes, the other blonde.
Okay, we all look alike.
I was thinking you were the chair once upon a time.
Congratulations.
But thank you for all your hard work here and all
much.
you do for throughout the area in Wilmington and beyond. So,
Thank you.
all right.
It's
Are
been
there
an
any
honor.
other announcements?
Could I give one, since instead of doing updates today, I thought it was more important that you hear around the autism policy changes. So I do have one exciting announcement. This week, we have conducted across the state ECATS training for our LEAs who have year-round schools, they had first priority, and then other LEAs have been a part of that. And we are scheduled to go live the week of July 15th. We are very, very excited. I would like to offer that at your next council meeting, if you would so desire, we could give you a drive-through show off the new product.
Yes.
Let's see how easy it is to do an IEP now.
Well, I think the good thing you're going to find is that your school teams are not going to start talking to you about Deck 1 and Deck 2 and Deck 3. They're going to talk to you about the process. We're going to talk about a referral. We're going to talk about an annual review. We're going to talk about a reevaluation. So the numbers will be gone. I know people are very tied to those numbers.
What's Deck 7 say?
We'll have a little angst. But Carol Ann has worked really, really hard on this. We started working on the forms about 4.5, 5 years ago. Pulled a large stakeholder group. Had every available stakeholder type there. So we had parents there as well as teachers and directors and IHE folks and lawyers and our staff. And so this team worked for about 1.5 years to really consolidate the forms into the process, not a thing or a number. And the system is set up so that if you say there's a behavior problem, you have to do a behavior plan. It's very interconnected and very intuitive, and once you pull up the child's name, you don't have to enter it every time you go to a page. I mean, it is very fluid, and so we think it's going to save teachers time just in not duplicating information that they've had to do in the past. So we're excited. We are also not foolish to think that there won't be hiccups or bugs. I mean, there always is. I can't, have you ever gotten a new phone and it worked immediately every time on everything? It's an electronic system, but we've got a really good staff of people, really good partnership with Public Consulting Group, and we have worked on this for 5.5 years. So we've gotten rid of as many bugs as we can, and we'll continue to tweak and continue to add, and there'll be additional functionality added. Excuse me, in July, we will come up live with special ed module and service documentation module. And then in December or early January, the MTSS module will roll out. So, no, we are not. We do not, from the state level, have a 504 module. LEAs may choose to do an add-on, and they may add on a 504 module, but that will be local decision and individualized. Excuse me, we are providing this to the state, I think, as you know, for free. So there's no charge to the LEAs to use the system. It is not required to do the MTSS module or service documentation. An early warning system is required, and our special ed module. So this will be the only special ed module in the state, which will greatly enhance our kiddos who transfer, move county to county, and everything's in one system, and it'll be easier for us. So we are looking at how we can maybe do we will be planning to do some monitoring. Excuse me. Stop talking because I can't get rid of the frog. We're hoping we're going to be able to do a lot more virtually because we will be able to see everything, not just what's being reported from our third parties. So just wanted to share that bit of news with you today.
Awesome.
Thank you. There's going to be some kind of party. I'm not sure what.
ECATS party, huh? All right. Thank you for everyone for your active participation today. We'll have our next meeting in September. Be on the lookout for information regarding the autism policy update letter that we have to do by August. Once again, probably first or second week of July to have that out to you with a meeting about 2 weeks later, okay, before the end of July. All right, is there any last minute questions, concerns? Everyone drive safely. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Well, not too soon.
Wasn't fun. Get to the car without passing.
Oh, yes, be careful. Oh, be careful.
also a school.
See you in September.
There's just been a safe travels home. See? Everything from
Yes, and mail it back in with your parcel.
incredible children. We're trying. I've adopted kids who have. $600 up.
I didn't go to.
Forward to the conversation.
I think it was,
Mental health is considered the.
I think we want to update those bylaws for the 2-year reappointments.
Okay, so
Well,
you're here for some,
for up to 4
great years. We get 8 years, Sonia, you're Susan.
Yes.
And
if you need a standing, well,
No, I don't, I just wanted to make sure I know who you are, but you are a member and you're here for somebody else. and you- Whoever the regular person is. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine, we just, I wanted to make sure, I'm a court reporter. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, well. So, no.
That's why I was surprised when he said.
That makes sense.
That I could do it. But yes, we might.
Right on, right on. Have a good one. You too. Cause I come and see you. You too. Thank you.
Betsy.
He's been a good addition.
I drive someone from someone who has no.
Yes, you're a district that you don't have.
Yeah, I know, you don't have, you never have anybody but me.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's we've got a lot of rural counties.
Yes.
The other thing.
Almost third largest.
I
Includes the ones that have dual eligibility statuses.
Everybody.
OHI is one, it's tacked on OS, or added ASD later, because it decided yes, you qualify for it. Technically OHI.
Look, right after lunch, I come sit down and start typing, the keyboard didn't work,
But it also has ASD.
nothing worked. Thing went black.
I'm sure I can probably get some others on there.
20 minutes.
Okay, good, I was gonna ask you about that. I forgot, now I was gonna say come over here.
Then we down, got another computer.
Thank you.
And
Thank
then
you.
I picked this one up.
And you know, it's always an open door, it's a purple key, and you're always welcome.
Laptops. Oh, yeah.
When I picked it up, it started working again. I was like,
That's great.
We're rocking and rolling. I know the saying is I'm scrambling as many. I like yours too. I just love it. Some days they get a little brown, but you know, and some days people just have to eat burnt ends. You know what I mean?
I love it crispy around the edges. I do.
Because you get the great, the days the nice fluffy eggs are gone.
That's right.
Oh, now you're eating lunch.
What do you think, Chief?
Okay.
Yeah, we were just confused for a minute.
Oh, totally.